Hopefully that's not too bad. Hopefully. Hey!
Chaos goes the Amos.
And Bacon first! I've managed to get them settled. I'm gonna have to intermittently run them down because we can't keep the balcony open, so I've got to intermittently sprint off to look after the baby boy and whatnot. But in theory, touch wood, we're good for at least an hour. No, sorry, Bacon. Watto, welcome, greetings! And obviously thank you for the bits, because that's how I live! I am in a very strange mood today. I don't know where this is going to take us. I don't know what today's going to be. It has been a wild few days. Wolfgrad Dustin, Watto and welcome. But what I can tell you, friends, we have a fucking top tier, proper arty game today. I believe it was one of the titles we saw, I want to say during, if not the PC game show, then definitely, I think, Day of the Devs. A game today called The Master's Pupil, which is a great example of, like, when you take a simple concept and just fucking make it work. It is both artsy and fartsy. Like, it's going hard. It's going hard. Legend, Watto and welcome. Sorry, Wolfred. I hope I said hello. But yeah, forgive me if I'm a little bit like, whoa! I was kind of running on stress and no sleep for about like 2.5 days. And then I finally got the animals settled at about like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock this morning. And then just slept. So I finally got like a block of like 4 or 5 hours. So if I have the mania, if I have the crazy eyes, that's where it's coming from. Vanderbeest, head of house order, Watto and welcome! How goes it? Well, and Vanderbeest, seriously, thank you for the pint glass. Whether it stand as an artistic monument to the persistence of House Order, or whether it becomes an enticing target for agents of chaos, who knows? I have no control. Biggs, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Coming in, friends, coming in. TLDR at the moment is basically Seattle's in a heatwave, and it sucks. So it means we've got to basically kind of keep the flat on sort of lockdown, because we can keep this room and the living room cool if like everything else is turned off and kind of contained. But it has meant that both sleep and animal care have been an absolute fucking nightmare. I'd like to say shout out to my ring light for hiding all of the monstrous stress spots I've got. I mean, legend, yeah, just send us a couple of boxes of snow, that'd be great. Oh man, I fucking love a proper rainstorm. It'd be gorgeous right now. According to Fiona, they're spraying the bridges in Seattle with water, so because it's a 1-2 combo punch. The bridges have gotten so hot, it's melting tires, but also apparently we have someone from the White House going through Seattle today, meaning that they're shutting off roads and stuff like that. So cheers for that one. You know what? You're right. Glacial ice is always an option. The question is just money. But again, I'm not overheating in here. The animals are all set and fine. It's just like I can't just leave the balcony open for them and stuff like that. So yeah, just as an FYI, if I end up having to jump up with a cry of Amos no, then I'm sure you can guess what's going down. Hopefully, this won't be a PP-filled day. Touch wood, touch wood. I'd like as little piss as possible. Boiled it all off over the weekend. So, Angel Cleaner, Watto, and welcome! We have a cracking week. So sadly, this is our first week without Sea of Thieves for a long time. And Sea of Thieves will return. However, this Friday is Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. That name means nothing to you, don't worry. It is the spiritual successor to Jet Set Radio. Put together by a team who've been so heavily influenced by it in their previous titles that basically it's like time becomes a loop. They have Hideki, Cool Kids, forgotten the rest of his name, who was the progenitus of like the sound of Jet Set Radio. Work on the soundtrack, and it's going to be amazing. Vanderbeest, I should get a BRB Needs Tea logo that's just me running after Amos causing carnage. But I don't have the money to commission anyone. Previous work was done by an incredible artist who goes by Harmful Rays, R-A-E-S. And that was cool gift art. Sorry, apologies for going into space there. I'm still trying to think up a cool name for this like show and tell show that I'm going to be part of. And sadly, all that my brain remembered from when we were trying to brainstorm stuff was show and yell. Oh. But yeah, so this week is going to be different. At least the back half of this week is going to be different than previous ones. So today we are playing The Master's Pupil, a frankly just gorgeous indie title. If we blitz through it quickly, I've got a lot of stuff going on, and if this heat continues to be an absolute like pain in the bad word, Biggs, you may get the promised bathtub stream. It will be happening. It will be happening because I am a man of my words. I wish the timelines were a little bit snappier. Volchipony, Watto and welcome. Metal Monk, greetings. Ereman, Watto and welcome. I found like shit's getting a bit. Now, I found as things have been getting more and more chaotic over the months of this year, it's like, I'm not shelving anything, but the amount of time it takes to get stuff back up to speed. Like, I really want to sit down with Baron and work out, like, when we can start doing more tabletop good stuff. Like, what does Return to Memnol look like? Because we can't leave that story finished. Yeah, the bathtub stream, you know, Biggs, you threw it bunny, I promised. And again, I am a man of my word. I just need to bring it all together. Okay, sorry. So yeah, so this Friday is Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. And I am stupidly excited for this game. You may or may not know this, like, especially if you're new, like, I don't talk about it as much, but you have to understand that, like...
I've adopted a termite this weekend and named him Clint. Clint Eastwood.
Dun, 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 dun. Eraman, fucking thank you. Vanderbeest, I'm sorry your hard work has been undone. But, again, it's $10, friend. Thank you. Fucking legend, thank you. Well, Legend, I can say that I won't be able to get Memnol going until after PAX. Like, if I sit down with Baron tonight and plan stuff out, I wouldn't be able to get that going before PAX. So, you've got time. And honestly, there's been There's been something that I've been wanting to do for a while that I really would really like to do with you all. And I want to talk to Baron. Baron's usually, whenever I have an idea for a tabletop event, Baron's already solved it. Like, he's already worked it out. Like, for those of you who don't know, I drunkenly pitched the idea of Memnol to him several times. And each time he's like, Will, I've already solved it. Will, I can do this. I was like, yeah, but I want to be able to talk to people. Right, well, I'm rolling dice. Baron's like, Will, I've already done this. But I was too drunk. And then the legend of Thick McRunfast was born. I still need to build I still have the Autops Legacy Lego kit. God. Streaming for a living is the fucking best. And I don't want you all to ever think that when I'm like talking about the stresses of it, that's something that I'm not prepared to do. God, I still feel like we never recovered from the move into this flat. Do you know what I mean? It was like we moved in here over Christmas. It was a disaster. I kind of feel like I've been in like the panic survival mode since, and I don't feel that's stopped because I just keep thinking like, oh shit, we had those Lego kits based on the long ship, and I'm like, oh shit, those are over a year, maybe 2 years old, and they haven't been put together. And it's just like, oh god. Sorry, like I said, I'm running on a little bit of sleep deprivation today. Feeling good, but I may be a little stream of consciousness. Video games! So for this week, today we have Arty Farty. If we finish Arty Farty, I've got loads of good stuff on the sideboard. Tomorrow, Rain World, and I've installed a few mods, so we're going to be playing as the Artificer again. Eric, Caffeine, Watto and welcome, friends! Park programs, I actually uninstalled Pokemon Sleep because it turned out that I was actually handling sleep deprivation better when I didn't know how little I was getting. Once I installed Pokemon Sleep, I found out that I was only sleeping like 3 to 5 hours a night at best. And the knowledge of how exhausted I was did more to fuck my sleep pattern than help it. Oh yeah, and Caffeine, it was, I mean, Hempmanes gets the credit on that one. I hadn't even considered looking in the mod section. Because if you go to the mod section on Steam for Rainworld, there are some incredible mods. But the Tinnitus one's kind of hidden.
The Teenage Mutant
Hey!
Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Arc villain Shredder.
Feckin' yo! Well, Gear Graphic, that's feckin' cool of you, thank you. You managed to get Vagabond, Aperios, that's a real good pull, Dak, the Ghostiest Hat Rack, and Raven Daydreaming. That's a solid pull. Solid pull on the banner this week. No, Gear Graphic, thank you. Through your deft hand and that of House Carl, none of those people will have to put up with the shitey ads on feckin' twitch.television.
Drive-by.
Oh, just a drive-by, huh? Well, then vroom vroom, friend. No, but seriously, thank you. Alright. Just as an offside, so Eric, I did see your blep about the PAX thing. I will get onto the hours and stuff it's been a lot. Like, friends, I blinked and like 2.5 days just gone. It has been a weekend, and I'm still a massive backlog of stuff that needs to get sorted. So fucking wee. But we are here. We have arty-farty video games, and I have nowhere else to be. So yeah, tomorrow we're starting a new and the last of our new Rain World campaigns. We're doing the Artificer, but this time we're going to try and go for a better, cheerful ending. Oh no, and Eric, I know that I need to coordinate with Sam. Okay, sorry, Frank. Freaking yo!
We also have flying bits.
Everything happened so much. Legend, that's really fucking kind of you. Seriously, thank you. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Sorry, fucking yo. I don't know what else to say. Oh, and Wolfgrad, I'm glad your fire scare was very, very small, but yeah. Even like a little bit, that stank takes a while to get going. Okay, sorry. Scrambly brain. So, Eric, the thing that I'm talking to Eric about is that at PAX, specifically the Friday evening at, I believe, 7 p.m., correct me if I'm wrong, I am part of a panel, Make a Game in an Hour, at PAX. This will be a full contact panel. I will be running around like a jumped up gremlin with a microphone going, "Feckin' wee!" I will be heckling a team of developers live on stage while they attempt to make a game based on your prompts, should you attend. I will be using my powers for Gremlin tier chaos. Sam, who we were mentioning, is going to be the MC. So Sam's kind of like the pillar of stability, and I'm going to be their directable gremlin. As Eric's saying, it is going to be live streamed on Twitch, so for those of you that aren't going to be able to attend PAX, you will be able to come along. Oh yeah, no, Wolfgren. Full contact. Game dev. Bam! That's where Eric just clotheslines me as I'm running. Oh shit. Well then, Camille. Then, I mean, I'll have a proper talk to Sam before we kick off. But basically, Sam can be like the spotter, the producer. I'll bring the nonsense. Yes, you're right. That's why the meeting needs to happen. Camille, Watto, and welcome. I'm not. What I am consuming right now is coffee. There's a brand called like Dark Raven or something that does like a cheaper version of the Death Wish coffee. Oh, do you, Camille? Do you? You're making me nervous. How was the convention? Look at me segueing. That's my my segue hand movement. But yeah. So I'm going to be a panel Friday night. I will be plugging the heck out of this in the coming weeks. It's going to be very fun. Like, we had stupid fun with it last time. And for those of you who aren't able to attend PAX, as Park Programs are saying, it's going to be on twitch.television. So you'll be able to watch the chaos unfurl. As for stream nonsense, so as I said, today, the Master's Pupil. Tomorrow, Rain World Artificer, but with a cheerful ending, not a murder ending. Now, on Thursday, I got a preview copy of Shadow's Gambit, The Cursed Crew. Made by the same team that did, like, Shadow Tactics. It is a stealth 'em up PG where you play a squad of undead pirates trying to free your captain. Who I believe is held in like the ultimate spooky shadow dimension, whilst you try and avoid an army of inquisitors who stand in your way. It's something that I think is going to be a ton of fun, as this team has done great work before. I'm trying to get the specific names of their games. Steam's being a butt because it's Tuesday. And Camille, I'm glad you had a really good time, friend. Okay. Yes, so they did Shadow Tactics and Desperados 3. Currently, Steam's being janky, so if they did any previous titles, I cannot find it. But those are the two that matter. I felt with Shadow Tactics, as cool as it was, it kind of got a bit hamstrung by the, you know, the samurai movie tropes. When you've got something as established as the idea of samurai and ninjas in video games, there isn't as much creative breathing room. And I feel like Desperados has a similar problem. Like, thematically, there's not a lot of breadth and depth unless you get really weird. But with Shadow Gambit, they're like, nah, we're getting weird with this. Ghost pirates. And the ghostly pirates are... God, it's like the Calcium Bonio cast. So I am very looking forward to sharing that with you, and that's going to be Thursday. Friday, as I was raving, is Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, which is new Jet Set Radio in all but name, and I'm so excited for it. If it ends up being bad, then we can drink and commiserate together, friends. If it ends up being good, then be prepared for a Friday of hype. And then on Saturday, it's my birthday. And I don't know what that stream is going to be. There was a thing I wanted to do, but because of reasons and stuff and things, I gotta change it up and decide what I want to. So, I don't know specifically what Saturday's stream is going to be. But all I know is I want to spend a day hanging out with you lot. Sorry, Wolfgrad was asking, came across a post where somebody had made a browser version of Wipeout based on source code leak. Not sure about the legalities of it. If it's... sadly, that one's a no-no. If you can... see, the thing is, if you can find an article about it, it's likely to get shut down. But linking to it directly would be a no-no. Not something that I emotionally agree with. But it's like those emulation sites where the emulator is embedded in the page. Those are bad. Sorry, that threw me for a mental loop there. Because obviously I don't use, emulators or anything along those lines. No. And I didn't manage to re-find a reverse puzzle fighter Gundam game that I was attempting to beat the AI at, which did my little brain in, because the way that game plays is fascinating, because it's about not connecting the gems together. So you can't put 3 or 4 of a kind in the same gem together, but you also can't put like all 4 colors sequentially in a row, because that also counts. Because the goal is to build as much of like a block of a chunk as you can, and then you proc a Gundam attack, which chews up as many completed lines as you have. The more completed lines, the more powerful the Gundam you send at your enemies. But you can also put them in defense.
I'm writing a movie about a man realizing he's not a character from South Park. I'm going to call it I Can't Believe I'm Not Butters.
I'm playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Get out. Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. Get out! And then please come back. Okay, to my friends, will you indulge me a second? Because I just found the Shadow Gambit Cursed Crew trailer, like the launch trailer, and I need to show this to you. Because I don't think I'm doing a very good job of explaining why we need to be excited for this game on Thursday. The 6-minute. Is this? Name your trailers better. Ah, there we go. Okay, hold that thought, friends, because I need to share this with you. Rated T for being a little naughty. Or my other favourite being rated T for blood, violence, and crude humour. Oh, Hattie Hattington. Alright, check this out.
Start the purification. The ritual has begun. Are we too late?
No. We can still make it.
Just give it a sec. Oh, the character design on this. Teleporting Skelly Ghost Captain who sheaths their blade inside their own heart.
We're all in.
Good. Let's figure this out. First, we take care of the stragglers. Mr. Mercury, you distract that acolyte with your fish, so Gale can snatch him from behind. When that one wanders out of sight, I'll take him down. The last one, I leave to you, Mr. Mercury.
Aye, aye.
Now those 3 can wield Maiden's fire, so we have to take them down together. Then we grab what we came for and hightail it back to
Oh wait,
the
Jam,
ship.
it gets
Let's
better.
do
It gets better.
What?
What about the High Priest?
Oh, just give him a hug.
Okay, love that plan.
Bonk!
Abominations! I call upon the maidens for...
You can use your enemies as munitions with the cannon.
To the curse.
Alright, now do you see why I'm very excited to show you all this? Talk about headcanon! I love it. I love it! Like, the character design, the aspects of it. I don't know how much narrative there'll be to it. I don't know how much influence will have on the story, or if it's closer to, as with the previous games, where there are objectives in section by section and you just move through it. But at that point, like, just love it. The characters you didn't see in the trailer is one dude has a fishing rod and a chest on his back, and he steals people and jams them in the chest. And there is a French aristocrat ghost who can possess people. Now, I don't think they necessarily stream very well, but I loved the Commandos games back in the day. Oh god, there was just something about the impossible nature of those titles until you broke it down into little like bite-sized pieces. And I guess Commandos was the first time I became aware of the concept of designing games not as one big block, but designing them as a buttload of like interconnected small pieces. You know, you don't just design a level and be done with it. Hey! Wolfcrad, that's fucking cool of you, thank you. Like, sorry, that was the first time I was made aware of this. Obviously, it's been done in games before, but with Commandos, it was so fascinating because each section of the map was just a tiny puzzle to solve with the resources you had. And, I don't know, I'm still on a Hitman kicker. I haven't been able to play much over the weekend because my hand's been giving me trouble. But it's so fascinating in games that the way in which you create your titles, the way in which you can mentally visualize their construction, can drastically change how easy or difficult it all is to put together. You know, I saw a video over the weekend when someone was talking about how when you enter into essentially like a flow state of game dev, you can get loads done and it can be great. But if you take it too far, even if you're finding the fun, you can get yourself into a situation where you don't understand why you're succeeding. And then that can lead to a situation where like you're struggling to either emulate it in other parts of your title, or you have a big hit on your hands and you've not taken the time to stop and go, wait, why do people like this? If you want a nice hyperbole example of that, like Nidhogg 1 to Nidhogg 2, I think is a really good example. Anyway, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing that with you all. And yeah, that's the week as I got it planned. Thankfully, Game News has chilled the absolute fuck out. Because we definitely needed a little bit of a breather after everyone's blood boiling over. This weekend was definitely a bad take reactionary time. And I've still got some dingleberries in my mentions being like, well, AAA does the... Oh, kids, you're killing me. You're killing me here. I considered putting out a call today of just being like, look, if you want to come talk about like AAA production and how it works, like, I'm here. I can talk about it. What, Mental Monk? At a piss-boiling party, other substances may be boiled as required. Though I did see, God, things that I will end up wasting money on if I ever have money. It's because I started thinking about GDC, and I've started thinking about my GDC shirts already. And I found one that says, it started out with a kiss, how did it end up with piss? And I feel like I need that. I feel like I need that in my life. Oh, okay, it's a toss-up between that one and... What was the other great one? Obviously, Today's Satan. Where was it? I want to get the verbiage correct. I'm sorry I took Ambien and peed on your record collection. God, I am just a sketchlord today. Sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to be dragging you all on skipping from mental thread to mental thread. But yeah, there's nothing else that really needs saying about it. Like, what's his name? Destin over at IGN didn't really do an apology per se. He put out a lot of like, I'm listening to feedback. And did say something along the lines of, what was it? Working on a follow-up piece for Baldur's Gate, reaching out to people, etc. So I sent the guy a message and I was like, look, if you want to go through like the actual state of AAA stuff, I'm down to talk about it. So I highly doubt he'll get back to me, but I think we talked about this a lot during like the drunken discords, but considering the difficult times that we're in, it is better to try and convert than it is to start drawing lines in what's probably going to become a very messy point. Sorry, I don't... Okay, let me rephrase that one. Right now, users are fucking livid. And I don't think they're unjustified. Like, at a point of economic downturn, all of the major AAA releases that we've seen this year, bar a couple, have been very aggressively monetized. And so there's a charge building up. There's a potential to a spark. And we saw that with the IGN nonsense from last week. And that is going to spill over. And previously in the games and games media space, when we've been in situations like this before, it's never pointed at the people it should. And when that charge isn't grounded, when it's not pointed in the right direction, it can become very destructive. And so, as much as I was livid at the IGN video, I'd much rather sit down with someone like Destin, who has a very large audience, and be like, alright, you're mad. Users are mad. Here's why they should be mad. So, J-Post, Watto and welcome. So that's where I'm at the moment. Now, you know what? I'm gonna curb that thought there because it goes down some dark paths if we start like deconstructing that and where it could go. But it's just the thing that... Okay, it's not really a deal for us, right? Like, very few of us work in the AAA space. And those that do, like, you know as well as I do, have no say in how games are monetized. Like, that is a decision that is not made by the people actually putting, like, their blood, sweat, and tears into games to bring them to life. So, there's no real value in doing a deconstruction of, like, the monetization models and whatnot. Because there's no a change that we can affect. But we've just gotta acknowledge that users are livid. They're livid about, like, ABK's push to increase the price of games whilst also aggressively introducing multiple monetization systems per title at a time when we're all hurting for cash. And it's that, like, this is where the shamanism of understanding video games is, I personally think, very important. Mathematically, video games should cost a lot more than they do. They should cost a fuckload more than they do. Like, from a consumer standpoint. The cost of video games has stayed consistent. More so than, like, other forms of media. But the cost of actually creating them has gone drastically up. The expectation for these huge experiences and the amount of resources required to make those doesn't reflect the cost to the end user, right? That's the scientific way of looking at it. But the emotional, the shamanistic way is that $60, $70 is a lot of money right now. Like, it's a lot of money. And people can't just reflex spend that kind of cash. Because, again, this is a year of economic downturn. Everybody's hurting. And so when people do, they have to make a really big internal discussion with themselves choice. To be like, right, $70, bam, on the table. And they do that. And then the title goes, hey, do you want to spend more money? Do you want to spend some more cash? Do you want to throw some more bank in? And considering we've just come off of several years of incredible, like, wealth in the games industry, you can understand why users are just fucking livid. So yeah. So Clank, here's where it gets nebulous, because there's no standardization for who decides how games are monetized, but AAA teams will have individuals in either the brand department or in its own monetization department who focus test how games are priced and what things sell for. A lot of it is like a point-counterpoint reaction to what other studios have done that have worked. Well, so Alnus, not entirely true. Video game pricing has, for the most part, stayed consistent in Europe and in, like, North America and Canada. Sadly, it's the rest of the world that's been really suffering on that one. But sorry, I'm probably gonna need another cup of coffee. So, Alnus, what I meant to, let me rephrase that. Yes, this discussion is very much centered around North America, and comparable to how other regions feel about varying kinds of monetization. What's kind of happening is groups that have been frustrated by it are bubbling into the core now. So, hang on, Alice, let me come back to that one. But I can tell you that, like, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 was priced at $65, $70 back in the 90s. Yeah. Like I said, sorry, I may need to get some more coffee before we go into, like international markets and how they affect people's choices in their purchasing decisions. Like, there's so many factors outside of English language territories that we'd need to unpack, and I might need to get the fucking whiteboard out for that. But no, the thing to take into consideration is just that users' frustration at monetization elements is very, very pronounced. What this means is that if, as an indie to medium-sized team moving forward, you need to look at your monetization models very, very clearly. You need to have a system in place where users very clearly understand what they're paying for, what's available. Because, unfortunately, the larger companies have enough, forgive the term, they have enough flesh between them and the user that they don't really have to worry. So if people get mad about like Destiny's aggressive monetization system, the vaulting of content that they've paid for alongside like very, very heavy focus on paid cosmetics, Bungie won't feel that resentment. Sony doesn't have to worry about that one, because the number of community managers and individuals between like a frustrated user and anyone within the studio ecosystem is quite large, and any issues raised by people outside of like monetization probably only going to get like a tertiary response. If you were making an online game right now that was going to have season passes and cosmetics and elements like that, it's more likely that you would suffer the ire of users because they're frustrated at this big brick wall they can't do anything about. But you and your small team, you're people. You can be talked at, or I should say yelled at, and they will. And that's not right. It's not good. It's fucking bad, and I wish it wasn't the case. Yeah, Lost Flowers, that is a good way of putting it. It feels tone deaf. The increase in titles the increase in price on their mainstream titles alongside how they monetize. And it's a disconnect between the consumer and the product. Stipgen, so Steam varies. As a developer, you can choose the price of your product in different regions, or you can have it to always be the same, but that usually is a very bad idea. Oh, hang on a second. Hold that thought! Alright, we're okay. Sorry about that. I thought I was gonna have to deal with Picano. Angel Cleaner, it's extremely different than pharmaceuticals, thankfully. So, Steam lets you set any price for your game, and it also lets you change the price per region. Some people will use VPNs to purchase titles from the cheapest regions, which obviously we do not condone. However, if you set a game to be the same price regardless of currency, then that doesn't take into consideration like the economic strength of individuals in different regions, right? Sorry, I know I'm getting super into the weeds on this one, but I'll promise. Okay, let me bring it back with a simple example. Steam launched Artifact 1,000 years ago, and that was $20. Now, they charged $20, $20 USD for that game across the board. So if you bought it in like Indonesia, it cost the equivalent of 20 USD. But if in those regions, like the strength of the currency was very, very weak, or that is to say that like cost of living may be low, but also wages. In some regions, we calculated that 20 USD was a third of someone's monthly budget. And even worse. So people were going to have to choose between like eating for 2 weeks and picking up one $20 video game. So it's very rare that companies will do a blanket across the board pricing. It's also why a lot of games companies in the AAA space will either try and focus on physical or will try and region lock their titles, but that's another story. companies like Blizzard and stuff like that, like at least in the past, have had their own launcher, which kind of curtails piracy and other such elements. Anyway, most of you know this stuff already, and it's all... I mean, it's all economics in the end, right? It's just... The thing that we just need to take into ourselves is that, like, right now, users are extremely burnt out. And users are taking that burnout and that frustration and focusing it on their entertainment. And their entertainment is asking a lot of money from them. And we're getting past the point where users will be empathic towards shaky releases or bugs or things like that. And I think what we've seen over the weekend is a good little indicator, a good little setup that the large studio situation is messy. Varbles, that is a very, very good point. Warner Brothers games, like, universal adoption of the gear score system has gone down like a fart in an elevator. And the Suicide Squad reveal with the whole live service elements in what was supposed to just be a co-op game really, really went down poorly. It'd be interesting to see what they do from change at that point, because in a certain regard, it's not that people are necessarily against games that are online, but what they resent is the live service model in a space where it doesn't fit. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that one. Will Warner have the self-awareness to tweak it and change it and improve it? Or are they going to just keep going but try and give it a different coat of paint? These are strange times. Now, in the more chipper sense, we're over on indie! Yay! Well, okay, indie to medium-sized dev teams. And, like, we've been talking about the death of AAA for a while, the death of, like, the Battleship game development. And I don't think we'll ever be fully rid of huge studio operations. But I do think that we're going to see a few of the big uns, like, eat shit in a big way. Okay, sorry. Battleship game development, just real quickly, is this idea that as a property grows in size, it becomes more and more like a battleship, right? It's incredibly powerful, but the amount of fuel it takes to run and the amount of people it takes to do even the most basic of things, which only ever increases in size. Like, and anytime you need to turn that ship, it's got to be an all-hands maneuver. Whereas indies, small, light, fast, can turn on a dime, and the amount of fuel consumed to run these...
Her mum's a battleship, Lamau.
My mum's dead. Fuck. Get to the boat, Watto and welcome. A 47-month combo, no less. Yeah. Your mum jokes don't work on me. Sorry, so jumping back. So Stepagen, so what Microsoft and Sony are doing at the moment is shoring up in different ways. See, Microsoft is basically buying a fleet of smaller ships, but keeping it all under that Game Pass banner, right? They're going for platform domination. Sony is trying to keep content exclusivity as theirs. So they're attempting to purchase, if we're using the battleship analogy, they're attempting to purchase specific vessels that have specific value. And those are the two strategies we're seeing at the moment. What I don't think we'll see is another studio like Blizzard popping up. Like, there's too many ways in which a studio like that can just die. And survival comes from staying lean, staying mean. Like, look at Supergiant. Supergiant is basically the gold standard, and it does require a certain amount of dumb luck. See, I know we talked about this last time, but I do want to say it again. Like, the thing that people aren't talking about with the Baldur's Gate 3 thing, you know what? It's not that they're not talking about it. It's just there's so many different things to take into consideration. Is that Larian Studios, like FromSoft and others, has been around for ages. They've made some jank. Look, I'm just gonna say it, like, because people are putting Divine Divinity on a pedestal. It was a mediocre Diablo 2 clone at best, in a sea of Diablo 2 clones.
I'm back from my pagan work /vacation. Balder, Old Norse, BLDZ, also Balder is a god in Germanic mythology. In Norse mythology, he is a son of the god Odin and the goddess Frigg, and has numerous brothers, such as...
Huh. Well, Jackie, I was waiting for the joke to drop. That was fascinating. And is that? And thank you for the 29 months. No, that's real cool of you. Thank you. And to the tier 2 as well. And get to the boat, you know, like, don't worry about it. It's a bit of a jerk move to wield that just as I did, but I don't know. I'm kind of in chaos mode today. But yeah, so jumping back. Diablo 2 success cannot be understated, and as happens, especially in the PC gaming space, loads of companies.
The asteroid that killed the dinosaurs has the highest bird to stone ratio in history.
No, that's no lies detected. So thank you for the 200. Diablo 2 success resulted in a sea of attempts to kind of like garner the same amount of sales. There were so many themed around so many different things. You know, the combination of like pre-rendered background, RPG mechanics, number go up, gear acquisition, etc. I played one that was like a samurai one for a bit that, if I'm being perfectly honest, was garbage, but it was Samurai Diablo make number go up. Divine Divinity was very much in that sphere, but it did well enough that Larian, being an Eastern European developer, you know, made some cash. Like, so let's look at, okay. Let's look at their discography. Oh yes, they did Divine Divinity in 2002, and then Beyond Divinity in 2004. That was alright. It sold pretty good. Oh, geez, Vanderbeek, did you finish your first campaign already? God.
Fun fact, the moon has no earthquakes, but it does have moonquakes.
Let me show you what I learnt in my moon jiu-jitsu class. No, Wolfcrad, thank you for the bits. And Vanderbeek, thank you for filling the pint glass as well. But yes, so, this is Larian Studios' story so far. They released a Diablo clone, it does good. They released another Diablo clone, it does good. Like, They're based out of Belgium, so like comparable to the US and stuff like that. Like, you know, the costs of running the studio weren't too high. Their big swing for the fences was Divinity 2. Well, okay, currently known as the Dragon Knight Saga, but originally as Ego Draconis. Now, I just need to make sure I'm getting my timelines correct. So bear with me a second on this one. Okay, so in the same way that Divinity was very much inspired by Diablo, in 2007, a little team called CD Projekt Red released The Witcher, and it did good. It did very good. There was some, I mean, geez, you can find critique of it at the time, but like, so Larian put out Divinity 2 Ego Draconis as essentially inspired by The Witcher. There's more to it than that. It's complicated. You know, Larian did work for hire stuff on the Quiet and like non-video gaming stuff, but their original like big 3D experience, Divinity 2 Ego Draconis, was released. It was on at the time mainstream consoles, and it was a mess. It was a great mess. Fully voiced, you could turn into a dragon and eat people and fly around. It was fucking brilliant.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
CD Projekt Red. Never heard of them. Would they be a good choice for a cyberpunk game?
I can't see any harm in it. Actually, the Cyberpunk DLC is next month, and Idris Elba's in it, so... Okay, so Hookshot. Are we just going over some little stuff with Larian? I promise this is all going to make sense. Air Dragon, you did just talk into a conversation about Dragon Commander. Anyway, Larian releases Divinity 2, Ego Draconis. It ends on To Be Continued, a massive cliffhanger. And it is followed up the following year by Divinity 2, Flames of Vengeance. This would all be later bundled together in Divinity 2, the Dragon Knight Saga, which you can pick up on Steam, and I do recommend. Like, it's broken, but it's fresh. And especially if you came off of, like, Witcher 2 and was like, oh, I could go for some more of this. You could tell they were very much playing a point-counterpoint, but this is where we need to talk about the importance of like game development and how it can get weird. See, in 2013, their follow-up title was Divinity Dragon Commander, and it did not do good. It's been quite quietly kind of like shuffled out of the Larian discography, but the TLDR was meant to be a direct sequel to the Dragon Knight Saga, the story of the Dragon Knights vying for control of the continent. And it was simultaneously an action RTS where you play as the aforementioned dragon. You have a jetpack now, by the way, commanding your aerial units to battle. But it was also a game about like political intrigue and political negotiation. You know, you could banter with different factions and offer them things throughout your campaign. And famously, Dragon Commander did some really fucking progressive shit at the time. The hyperbole example that I love bringing up is that early on in your campaign, one of your femme-presenting commanders comes up to you and goes, I just found out all them blokes make more money than I do. I've been talking to the other women on board, and they all get paid less than the men. What are you going to do about it? And you're then put in a position where it's like, obviously that's not right. You know, obviously paying all of your, femme-presenting folks less money. God darn it. Of course, Of course, Amos is starting chaos as soon as I'm getting to a good point. Hold that thought. I'm sorry, friends. They're both being little terrors, so I've got to get them out, so I just put my shoes on. Lost Flowers, I'm at the end of a fucking rope, and I don't know what that looks like. I haven't slept proper in days. I am going out of my tiny mind, and I'm trying to stay on top of things. And I spend my weekends dealing with drama that I did not start, fixing problems that I did not make. And suddenly it's been 2.5 days, and I'm sorry. That's not, friends, that's not on you. That's not your fault. I apologise. Looking after these animals is like a full-time job unto themselves. So I'm basically working 3 jobs right now. And eventually it's going to be too much. Eventually it is going to be too much. And I don't know what that looks like. You know? I don't know what that looks like. It's like just as I get talking about one of my favourite subjects as well. Because the TLDR on this subject, right, is that Larian almost keeled over. Dragon Commander sold terribly. and they were able to basically ollie outie from death through a combination of a Kickstarter and some educational games that they've been doing on the side that helped like offset the catastrophe of Dragon Commander's sales. Then they immediately, so like Dragon Commander came out in 2013. The Kickstarter for Divinity Original Sin was like right after that, and they managed to raise just shy of $1 million. That saved them from death. Then they were able to roll into Divinity Original Sin 2, and both the enhanced and definitive editions of those combined made them a buttload of money, like a buttload of money, because they didn't owe any cash to anybody. They were then able to buy the license for Baldur's Gate 3. Like, it's just... Alright, sorry. I'll be back in a second, friends. I'm so sorry. Okay. Sorry about that, friends. Like... Okay. So there was one thing that, as a retcon, was that Dragon Commander and Divinity Original Sin were in development at the same time. And that when things started looking very, very bad for Dragon Commander, resources were shifted over to Divinity Original Sin. And Larian delayed tax payments and pulled a bunch of other sketchy maneuvers. However, because Divinity Original Sin sold so well, so quickly, it managed to save them. Like, and it's just one of those things that I just want to... Oh, hang on a second. Sorry about that. It's just one of those things that I want to mention because we've had all this, like, people yelling left, right, and center about, game devs bad. Why doesn't everybody make a Divinity 2? Sorry, why doesn't everyone make Baldur's Gate 3? And it's just like the incredible skill and luck that came together to keep Larian above ground that then resulted in them being able to do this. It's one of those things that cannot be understated. And I don't know. Right now, I just want to be able to tell more people the good, grand miracles of game development. Yeah. Alnus, yeah, the feckin' survivor bias meme should just be posted on the entrance to the internet. Okay. Artie Poe, Watto, and welcome. And, I mean, Poe, as I said in Discord, like, it's one of the reasons why I'm so glad we have our little corner. You know, we've got a lot of people that understand the whole process empathically, and the obfuscation between the final product and how games are made creates this situation where users just work with what they have. Like, in the same breath, it's not fair to get mad at users when they go, "Oh, why don't you do X?" Because it's like, well, shit. Whose job was it to educate them on how stuff was made? Oh, right, that was on us. Yeah. Oh yeah, Wolfgrad, it's just saying, like, yeah, just don't release a buggy game. Grumble. It was entertaining to see yet another pasty white masculine game dev get fucking dragged and tarred and feathered through the streets this weekend. Because it's always, whenever you get one of these, like, shitey takes, you can always envision in your mind who it is, and you're usually right. But the age-old adage, the discourse swung back around again, as some jumped-up little termite was saying that QA aren't game devs. Firstly, fuck off. I mean, if you worked on a game, you are a game dev. It is game development. The weird gatekeepiness that you have to be a programmer to be considered a game dev is this old thing that we're just getting rid of. We're just getting rid of. But it was just incredibly funny to see, one, someone getting dragged for terrible takes, but how much knowledge and information is out there now comparable to back in the day. We just need to be able to do a better job of bringing that information forward. Yeah, well, now this is like QA departments aren't even spoken about unless a game is brilliant. That's right, unless a game is buggy to all hell. And it's like, oh, what were QA doing? I can assure you, logging every single fucking bug that you see. They didn't make the choice to release it. They don't have final say. Someone did a cost-benefit analysis between shifting the launch date, or they had no more money left to give, and without day one sales, that the studio wasn't going to be able to fix any of those. And people get mad at day one patches. I'm like, day one patches are one of the best things that have fucking happened to video games. Sorry, you can tell my blood's up today. Fighty! Alright. I'm gonna change topic. I'm gonna shift gear. I do want to apologise for my outburst before dealing with the animals. The heat is hard on them, and it's hard on me, and... Alright, make no mistake, I am very stressed at the moment. And I don't want to be. I need a break, but I'm not going to get one at least until after PAX. Like I said, I love this light because what you can't see is all the gigantic stress spots that I've got. It's like fucking wild. But that's, you know, the stresses of this is mine to deal with, and I can't put it on anybody else. It's nobody else's fault. So I apologise for my little outburst there. Now, we are going to be shifting gears. We do have an absolutely beautiful indie game to stream today. See if Steam's kind of unfucked itself at the moment. Now this came out like the end of last month. It's called The Master's Pupil, and it is beautiful. Apologies for like the handbrake turn on this one, but much like the 10-minute rule, it is valid getting angry at large publisher-run monetization models, but there is a limited amount of use in being angry. Like, past a certain point, as my family would say, you've either got to shit or get off the pot. And getting my blood up over people that are thoroughly uneducated about the process of making video games is a fool's errand. Showing you lot a beautiful game that you might not otherwise have seen is feckin' brilliant. Oh, and the other thing that's worth pointing out as well is that the game we're going to be playing today is a Screen Australia Games Grant recipient. And I don't think we've talked about this enough right now, but of all the ways that you could potentially fund your game, if you're not North America based, and I guess there are some like independent grants, but like art grants are brilliant. Now, this I don't know any of the business dealings. I don't know like the specifics of how, but to my knowledge, with a lot of these grants, like they just want these things to exist and to be able to say that they invested the money they were supposed to in artistic endeavors. What that means is you're not asking a VC for cash. This doesn't have to turn a wild profit. This doesn't have to have AI-generated NFT loot boxes in it to even go into production. Now, typically art grant money isn't as large as VC money, and it can take a lot longer to produce, but when it comes together, it allows for games like this. And the other thing that this game is going to really flex on is doing something incredibly artistic with a simple concept. but we'll get into that in a second. To Patnium, yo, once again, shout out to Hookshot on this one, because this had been on my list since, God, I'm trying to remember when we became aware of this. Was this in one of these Summer Games Fest showcases? Because I wish-listed it feckin' immediately. And then I was chatting with Hookshot, and Hookshot was like, yeah, you know, my other friend's been working on this game. And I was like, oh, well, you know, I hope they do well. And then they were like, it's the Master's Pupil. I was like, that name rings a bell. Check my wish list, which I use kind of as my offset memory of games to remember, and was like, ah! So I'm really excited to be showing everybody this today. So Patium is the dev behind this. Also, Pat, you can set your if you go into the Twitch backend, you can set it up so that it flags you as the developer of this game, which can be very useful. So I highly recommend that. But yeah, if I have any questions, or if any of this lovely lot has any questions, we'll throw it on in. But honestly, I think better to jump into it now. Rather than just talk your ear off about it. Okay, let's get this started. Hookshot is correct, by the way, friends, that if you do pick up this game and you like it, leave it a positive review. Hell, these days, friends, even going back to some indie titles that you've enjoyed and leaving them positive reviews is fucking brilliant. I don't do it because any game that has been is from a redeemed key or from a gifted copy doesn't count towards the ecosystem. I mean, it does recommend it to your friends, so if you feel that way. But if you write a review of an indie title, you are directly helping the developers. And never ever do negative reviews as a bit. Sorry, I'm sure you all know that. My apologies. That was really patronizing of me. You all know that. So right, friends, without further ado, the Master's Pupil. Artipo, actually, that's one of the reasons why Kickstarted games don't review well on Steam, because all the people that get a copy from... all the people that get a copy from the Kickstarter, their keys and their reviews won't count towards a positive review. Oh yeah, no, significant. I have been in from the art style since I first saw this. And again, like, Patnonium, or Pat, was this in a showcase? Because I'm trying to trace where I saw this. And the thing that I do want to highlight to all of your lovely selves is that, so this is all, or at least this all has the perspective of being hand-drawn, which is feckin' lovely. You know, these swirling branches have a gorgeous oil paint vibe to it, and our characters all like a little sketchy little friend. And then we've got these cute little animated bits, but like, all in all, this is a 2D platformer. Okay, it was on Steam Next Fest. Okay. Also, our little characters, like, little hands in the air when we solve a puzzle. But, and I don't mean this, I do not mean this as a critique. I mean this as a positive. Like, our general, like, interaction and movement methods, nice and simple. There's been no faff, there's been no fuss, no muss. We're just in. You know, this game is definitely doing the Mega Man style of teaching, which I love. Although, not specifically that, but you know what I mean. The old learn by play. I'm just try not to say too much before the metaphorical shoe drops. Here we go. Down here. There's different ways to solve it. Metaphorical Shoe is a very good band name, and I should have used that. You know, for all those bands that I'd be starting, is how people describe me. Alright, you guys gotta go. Sorry. Get some of the old physics juggling going on. Bless you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Woohoo! It's a pretty little orchard. Oh, and I was not paying attention. Sorry, I was just reading people's comments. Hookshot was going back at like the comedy review of this game stole my life. Yeah, they're definitely funny at the time. Oh, tell me I didn't just... Oh, beans, I might have just soft-locked us. Oh, no! Fuck! Ah, balls. I broke the game. I'm trying to see if I can find, like, a pixel grab, but nah. There we go. No, we're good, we're good. We just had to restart from there. God. This is the thing is, like, I was only outside for, like, a minute or two. It's so fucking warm. It's kind of fried my little brain. But no, the Steam review system at the moment is just, like, it's one of the biggest things that dictates how much of the game gets shown to people. So, like, whether or not your game gets seen on searches, where it is in the rankings, is dependent on how many positive reviews it has. Which, in an idealistic world, would be more than enough. However, that's sadly not the case. Because people are the worst. Woohoo! Sorry, I know, just the heat has kind of killed what little brain power I may have had today. What I do find fascinating as well is, like, there's the ambient sounds of this world really do feel like there's perhaps an exhibition or something of equivocal value going on at the same time. Ah, beans. Shit, I suppose that is a fucking smart idea. Oh no, I have been too smart with my bouncing.
RPG Legends, Baldur's Gate and Beyond was just purchased for $12.
Baldur's Bed Bath and Beyond. Well, whoever that was, feckin' thank you. Woohoo! I am so smart! I am so smart! No, no, no. Come back here. There we go. Artipo is actually hydrate or die straight. It is very refreshing. Oh, hang on. So whatever that is in the background is beautiful. And this was all... So, Pat, this was all your hand-drawn work. Okay, yeah, no. I'm going to go get some cold water in just a second, friends. I apologise for being sketchy sketch-tato. But I am not in the habit of wailing on other video games, right? You all know that. That's not who I be. That's not how we play this way. You'll know that. I finally had a proper sit down with Viewfinder this weekend. And I have to admit, I'm surprisingly disappointed by it. And I'm really kind of trying to wonder where a lot of the choices they made came from. If you haven't seen it, so Viewfinder's been kind of in the public consciousness for a while. It is a puzzle game where you take still photos of the world and imprint them into the space, and they become real. So, like, if you have a picture of a bridge and you hold it up, then that bridge will be superimposed onto the world you're currently in. Alright, we'll go for that. And it's fascinating, right? But what was so strange about it was finally getting to sit down and play it is, one, the VO is generally terrible. And despite the puzzle solutions of it being non-standard, the game has no faith in you. Aha! The game has no faith in you as an individual to be able to work out its complexities. And I think I spent like an hour or two in it. And during that hour or two, all I did was get patronized by a random character that I'm still not entirely sure if I've met or not. I ended up just turning off all of the dialogue, because it's the only way I was going to be able to survive. And it's fascinating to think that a title with such incredible technical creativity doesn't really have the faith in me as an individual to make it through. Like, okay, I was talking about it earlier, but if you haven't seen it, 1,000 years ago, before Game Grumps, Aaron Hansen, previously known as Ego Raptor, made a video series called Sequelitis, and he did one specifically about Mega Man X, or Mega Man 10, or whatever you want to call it. I always called it X because, I don't know, X and 0 it just makes more sense. Anyway, Aaron put forward a really good practical breakdown of Teach by Play. And Teach by Play is exactly as it sounds. You lay out the game in such a way that even if the person has never played a video game, even if they are just like face smashing their extremities against a controller, they will eventually be able to progress because the thing is created in such a way. And like it was also put forward in this whole like deconstruction that like we don't really need like to pause the experience and have a tutorial character pop up and go, Mega Man, Mega Man! If you get the chance to watch it, it's on YouTube, and while it does come a little bit from the old, like, angrier review style of the video games, it has a lot of value. And it's so wild that in 2023 we can have two artistic experiences. You know, we can put them side by side, and one of them will go to great lengths to let us learn and experience the world. Moose, I've been corrected repeatedly in several different ways, especially when it comes to Mega Man characters. So, sorry, and Patton was saying that this whole thing was painted with real pen and paper. Was it yourself, Pat, that did the TikTok that did the rounds? Talking about, like, yeah, no, we just made this. I met a team who were doing a stop-motion platformer. They physically made... The designer had built a huge wall in his garage with segmented sections to create the levels. It's fascinating. Pat, like, congratulations on that one. Oh man, now I'm hungry. I'm out of emotional support cheese. I will say, because I've got, like, cooked stupid brain today. I am... If these are famous works, my brain is just not remembering. There we go. Oh yeah, no, Artsy Pro, wholeheartedly agree. The little hands in the air cheer, letting us know that we've solved the puzzle correctly. It's real nice, it's real simple, and it just makes sense. With the game being incredibly clear about, like, the... See, this is clever. Got a few seconds here when this is, like, getting sucked up. Before it gets flipped on round. Yippee! That's me about to vandalize some great famous works of art. Oh man, it's just famous breakfasts. The power saying, I do like what you're saying about learning as you go and reckon each tutorial overrides the opportunity as a puzzle. Yes. And when you create something that's beautiful and to be experienced, you kind of want to let people chill in the space. Like, here's the thing. I do think that you all should play Superliminal. For those of you that have done anything resembling, like, graphics program or engine programming, it will break your tiny brain. It is a brain-breakingly complex game from that regard. But in terms of the experience of playing it, it's so painful. And it's like, if your goal is to create a puzzle game, then surely you want people to have fun playing your puzzles, right? Like, I'm not going loopy bananas, am I? Like, and it's entirely okay to want to create something that's just more of like a traditional story game. That's cool too. I just... Sorry. I'm sorry, friends. So no, Alnus, you are entirely correct. Puzzles are meant to be solved, not stared at until you have a migraine. That is very true. And taking into consideration that, you know, everybody has a different style of puzzle solving. That there are certain puzzles and certain puzzle games that resonate with people in different ways. Like, this makes sense to me because it's all shapes, colors, space. Like, that just equates in my brain. And Viewfinder is very similar. Like, it didn't take me very long to work out that things inside a photo are stationary until they are placed. So, like, chairs...
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Oh, shit!
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
Okay! Gear is apparently just on rapid fire House Carla clock. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! It was 20 subs! Blade Nura. You managed to get Minky Jupiter, Smosh Doodles, Orzine Max Atreides, Drowsiuser, The Dupus, One Draconic Dude, and Alvius Fervor, Pondius...
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian
What are you
heroes,
doing?
have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
What is happening here? There was 2 rounds of 20 and then 5. Were you just determined to...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Then, yes, Gear Graphic, you managed to beat everybody. And Grand Take, what happens is once everybody's been hit, it starts just pulling people from the follow lists. Holy crud. Well, I'm going to have to read all these out at the end.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fucking yo. That was 20... That was... Sorry, it was 45
Stop
subs.
that incessant clicking. Stop that incessant clicking.
Yeah, you're right. That is 50 subs we gave out. Fucking yo. So yes, I'm gonna have a lot of reading later on. Fucking yo. Agonaliki says somehow Orion is still Jarl. It's well, Gear Graphic, thank you. Every single one of those peeps now no longer has to deal with Twitch adverts when hanging out here. You have spared them a great fate. Oh, balls. Yeah, so many notable names in there. I'm gonna have to be doing a
Stop that incessant clicking.
what's it said? The poker rap. I thought I could use almost. I thought I could use that for the 1-2 combo.
Happy early birth less than 3.
Well, Gear Graphics, sincerely thank you. Alright. Balls.
Have the arrows stopped yet? Are we clear?
Artsipo, I have no clue. House Carl works in very mysterious ways. But Gear, fucking thank you. And sorry, and Poe, I need to go get some water, don't I? I am dying here. Sleep deprivation and heat is quite a challenge. But no, seriously, Gear Graphic, all those peeps won't have to deal with adverts for Meg 2 or, you know...
Stop that incessant clicking.
the full shebang. Agoniki managed to find the Gecko Guild. Interesting. An interesting bunch, if ever I heard. I think I've got to ride that across. Well, so Gear Graphic, I'm extremely grateful for what you did. That's fucking cool of you. When it comes to supporting this little corner of the internet, the best way to think of it is donations are first, then bits, and then subs, because Mr. the Twitch does take a massive cut of subs coming in. But, you know, what you've done helps other people as well. So I'm not... I don't want to sound ungrateful in the slightest.
Clicking.
And the Streamlabians thing is just essentially just a PayPal donation. It just adds, lets you add a little message. Streamlabs don't take a cut of anything. God, I am sorry, our friends. I'm very overheated, and a lot is happening. Agonanarchy, thank you for gifting subs to Gecko and Tia Singer. Again, Gear Graphic, thank you so much. That's really fucking cool. Yeah, Lizzie, the only thing that's really breaking me today is heat and animal care, both of which I have far too much of. But the game is beautiful, the company and conversation is excellent. I'm currently making some arty nonsense happen. Artipo, no, did not get a drink yet. Balls. Oh, wait a second. I'm being a dingus. The old dingus among us. No, Pat, I see the solution now. I'm just being a stupid.
Drink. Water.
I know.
No tea.
I'm going no. There we go. Don't worry, it'll make sense in a second. That's what we were after. Yay! Alright, I will go get some waters. Sorry, by Verbena, that's the traditional Indian cooking game. I think it looks beautiful, and I'm afraid of playing it because I've not been able to find the same kind of curries that you get in the UK, and it's very difficult to explain to people out here the differences between, like, you know, a good family-owned curry house in, like, Birmingham versus the Indian restaurants that are out here. They're not bad, but they're drastically different. So yeah, no, sorry, I'm afraid of playing it on stream for how hungry I'd end up getting. Okay. All right, I got it. Okay, yes. Angel, clearly you make a very good point. As I said, I was going to go get water, and I didn't. This is the problem with puzzle games like this, is once they get a grip on me, my brain's like, we gotta do a solve. Alright. Well, we'll hang out in the land of gigantic meat. Alright, friends, I'll be back in just a second. I'm lost in the puzzle source. But seriously, Geographic, that was a buttload of money that you just put in, and I apologise. It did not, like, floor me in the usual way. I think it's going to be one of those ones that hits me after the fact, but that's really fucking cool of you. We're back over 300 concurrents. It's really fucking kind of you, thank you. Alright. One of my few big worries about, you know, any of these streams is that when you lot put stuff in to keep this going, that I just come across as aloof, or I don't express the gratitude of it, because it means the fucking world to me. So thank you. Alright. But now I mean it. I'll be back in a second. Hail Hydrate.
E.
Guess who remembered he had leftovers? Guess who remembered he had leftovers? It's me. It's me. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the Holy shit! So I guess Gear's the I was hanging on by a thread today. You're not wrong, Lizzie. You're not wrong. Sorry, I've been such a fuck up. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Bussy.
Just trying to tonal whiplash there. Thank you. Thank you. Well, y'all, Geographic demands pictures of your pets. The decree has been set. Pet pictures have been demanded. Let general chat be awash with the animals. Oh, Pat, I never. Why Lizzie, I will never know. And when I gain the ability of speech, Pat, I will explain that this.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Apparently, Geographic is not done. It's very kind of you, Fred. Thank you. Sorry, everybody. I am extremely overwhelmed. How are you? Thank you. Sorry. Heated up some leftovers. So Pat, now it's lovely to meet you. I'm sorry I'm doing a terrible job showing off your game. Usually I have far more insight and industry knowledge and whimsy than you're currently seeing today from a tired, very overheating potato. Just... Thank you. Geographic, that's an inordinate amount of stuff you've made. I'm extremely grateful, okay? I am failing at big clever words. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Sorry, I need to just beg your forgiveness again, friends. I just need a second. I'll be back in just a moment.
Stop that incessant clicking. Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay. So, Geographic, again, sincerely thank you. Alright. Sorry, I'm a bit wavy-davy today. Agananaki, thank you for gifting us up the part-time. Jam, for filling the pint glass. That ostentatious red bit sitting there, right in the base, glinting away. I sincerely appreciate it. And Pat, it is lovely to have you with. Thank you for making such a beautiful game. And I'm genuinely happy to be able to show this off. Yeah, usually I at least try and provide more witty banter and more industry deconstruction. Right, so if you ever need somebody to bounce ideas off of, I don't work for anybody, so I can talk about stuff till feckin' cows come home. Fair cow, you lot. Release the orbs! What the heck? Big crab. Become as crab. Become as artistically interpreted crab. Sorry, yeah. Okay. So somehow we've got to get some of the red orbs up into here. So Gear, I am absolutely looking forward to playing Baldur's Gate. I'm very looking forward to playing it with everybody. Much like with Divinity, I was originally planning on just saving it for like a specific squad of people, right? But the thing that struck me is... Oh, okay. I don't think there's a way to push one of the orbs up into there. Let's see. One of the things that struck me is that a lot of people have been saying that with Baldur's Gate 3, there's a lot of very, very entertaining good times to be had, specifically with the pre-made characters. In fact, it's gone so far as for people to recommend, like, hey, for your first playthrough, you really should consider, like, playing with the preset rather than going back to the, rather than making your own off the bat, which is somewhat different than I personally would have recommended for. No. Oh wow! Yeah, sorry, I'm so broke. It's different than I would have recommended for, say, yeah, Divinity 2. Which, with Divinity 2 specifically, I would have recommended, like, look, get some friends together, make your own characters, treat it like D&D the first time, and you can go back and play it with characters. Like, you don't lose anything per se. But the custom characters in Baldur's Gate are just supposed to be exceptional, you know? Sorry, the pre-made characters. Oh, God! Meep! This did not go according to plan. Alright, I think we can push through it. if I just won or failed or what have you, but... Aha! No, we did succeed. Thank you, giant interpretive. Giant abstract art crab. You were the best of us. So yeah, so geographic. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get to Baldur's Gate with any amount of time. And the one thing I did learn from Divinity 2 is, oh man, that's fucking pretty. So, is that Monet? I'm not going completely Julali Tap, right? Oh wow! The game is set inside his eyeball. Yep, love it. Perfectly normal stream. The master's pupil. Not pupil as in student, pupil as in eye. Okay. Okay. No, I love it. I love it. And sorry, and okay, so there's a lot of things going on. So one, as I said, Friday is Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, and next Friday is Armored Core 6. I knew I wasn't going to be able to sneak Baldur's Gate into that, you know, with our streaming schedule being as varied as it. Oh, and that's death. As varied as it is. So Agnanarchy. Don't worry, everybody. I've got an idea. Woohoo! Sorry, Agnanarchy, when I talk about, like, optimal experience, there's a difference between, like, streaming a game like Divinity 2 or Baldur's Gate and, like, playing it for your own enjoyment. With Divinity 2, I still think playing it as a group is the optimal way to do it. Because once you play through it with your friends and their characters, then you can go back. But there are little quirks to Divinity 2, like whoever's leading the party needs to have speak with animals as a skill. And a couple of other little quirks I don't want to say to spoil, for fear of spoilers. With Baldur's Gate 2, I haven't looked into it specifically, but a lot of people are saying that, like, you really should play through the game with the characters it offers you, because the amount of, like, effort and time and performances put into them is definitely worth it. And I think it's a game that, considering how much people are enjoying it, you could theoretically replay with friendos after and have a great time. Oh, wow. Sorry, Patch is giving us some more information on the title, which is Going Hard. The gigantic interpretive crab from earlier was more of an interpretation of Monet getting typhoid, which is a bad time. But I'm seriously looking forward to Baldur's Gate 3 and, like, properly getting stuck into it. I'm still... I don't know whomst, but I'm still trying to get together my own perfect Baldur's Gate team, you know? Because holy crud, the Brothers Fabuloso, I still think about that. Oh, and sorry, and back onto this title. What it's doing with this little section is a very easy... Sorry, very easy, very, very effective teach by play. You can't mix 3 colors together. So if you want to pass through 3 different colored jets of air, you have to kind of do a color wash to get yourself back down to one of the primaries. Okay, Pat was saying they added this after a lot of playtesting. I mean, I think that's incredibly valid. It's weird that this and Viewfinder have kind of fallen into my lap at the same time. And I might show you all some Viewfinder after this if you're interested. Because comparatively, I think it's a fascinating discussion. Because Viewfinder is easy, because the game doesn't let you be in the space. It doesn't let you just work out the puzzles. And I will say, like Pat, understanding now that the Master's Pupil, their very eye, you know, our little keyhole perspective, makes moments like this so special because it's everything coming into focus in a very specific way. What seems like disconnected elements when brought together become something really beautiful. But, like, my complaints with Viewfinder were mostly around, like, trying to smash in a very, very strange narrative. It's like, in a way, there's a lot that Viewfinder does that I have masses of respect for, right? Like, the technical achievements of Viewfinder are just incredible. But the thing I find so bizarre about it is a lot of the creative choices. Like, they cracked some incredible tech, right? That's the last part of this little puzzle. Yeah, they're cracked doing some absolutely incredible technical achievements, right? But then ultimately used them for a very odd story experience. And also the addition of a like semi-narration character that doesn't fit the experience, I thought was extremely strange. Okay. It's like for a brief second I can get the blue to output, but then it hits purple and fire. Nexus, so this is the Master's Pupil, a jaunt through the visual works of Monet, and it's Monet very good. No. No, that joke was bad and I should feel bad. Apparently, Fred. Apparently that's what I'm about today. Zado. This is very Cash Monet. I'm sorry, friends. I don't mean to pick on Viewfinder. Because it is fascinating. And again, like, the technical achievement of that game is just incredible. I don't even know how the feck they even started to put that together. Maybe I can get like a little... But it's so fascinating that it's the overarching elements that cause problems, right? So, sorry, what I mean is, to put it into context, the technicalities of Viewfinder are brilliant. The technology, amazing. The vibe, brilliant. But then additional elements are added. A story beat about, I guess, people trapped within, like, artistic pocket dimension. And then we're given a narration character, a handler, that takes all of the agency out for us. It's not... It's no longer our puzzles to solve. We're being kind of talked through it. In Viewfinder, you're given very little agency, and you're given very little in the way of... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. You're given very little reaction for working it out. You never have those moments where you're like, oh, I'm the smartest because I did this. Because you have a narration character who's kind of taking you through a large amount of those beats throughout. Does that make a weird sense? It's like, if we could just get rid of the red down there, we'd be fine. Yeah, no, that's just nothing but shard. Oh. Sorry. Go get some good sleep. Have a lovely rest of your evening. And remember the rule of cool? That D&D does not serve the rules. The rules serve D&D. And if you want to have a best friend owlbear and the DM says it's okay, then you feckin' do it. Yeah. Fred, that was the hard part, is the DLC is absolutely worth doing. Well, it was free added DLC for, like, post-launch on Tales of Iron, but yeah. Yeah, when you've done that one, we definitely need to have a banter. Oh yeah, sorry, and Altipo, yeah, the Nuggets sing the song of their peoples. Fiona has returned. You wouldn't think that they had a cilantro and kale mix earlier today. Hand chosen. Oh yeah, no, Nexus Lancer is something incredibly special. Alright. Switching that to another side doesn't seem to do much. Okay. I am most certainly missing something. Like, there is... Like, the black... The black smoke cannot be toyed with. Sorry, please forgive me for being multi-track Gypsy Potato. I'm still kind of trying to cool. Nexus Lancer is excellent. The mechanical designs are exceptional. And if you haven't read Kill 6 Billion Demons, the main works by the artists who worked on Lancer, then you are in for a treat. The fascinating thing, if you've not heard of it, so Lancer is a giant robot sci-fi tabletop system. It is very good. The thing about it that makes it so special is it's not based on existing IP or on miniatures. It's entirely tabletop based. So the mechs have all kinds of bizarre, weird, and wild, and wonderful setups. Not too unlike Stars Without Number. There's an additional element here that I'm missing. So we need the green without the mix. I'm making some silly mistake here, friends. But yeah, when it comes to giant robot flavored nonsense, like 9 times out of 10, it's based on something, you know, BattleTech, Gundam, etc. And that's not bad by any means. But it means that, at least in terms of creativity, a lot of systems are hamstrung by the fact that it's got to be a little miniature that you can have, or it's got to be based on a property that exists. And I love Gundam, I really do, but Gundam as a franchise was never designed to be, like, competitive. We actually talked a lot about this back in the early days of the Longship, of, like, trying to design video games that have an inherent misbalance in their thematics, and, like, how you might go about that. The old Endo Squad. Okay, so the white has stopped the tricolor. So we just somehow need to remain bright yellow. Yeah, I know, I know. Interesting. Oh, there we ruddy go. I had to mix everything in the red to turn the red white, then hit that with the blue, and there we go. Jobs are good. Jobs are good. Sorry about that, friends. I had to go into the bank. Poe, it's been a long time since we've done like a fictional Longship Studios setup. And I think it's because, like, right now, in game development, the challenges aren't creative, they're technical, right? Like, and this is nothing against Pat, but this game, creatively, is fascinating. But if you want to create a game based on the viewpoint of Monet, it's not about if you can do that, it's about how. Oh, balls. So, like, the inherent unbalance challenge was an interesting one for us as a squad. No, you're just there to cause trouble. Okay. Sorry. If you weren't there, what we did 1,000 years ago was we tried to design a multiplayer game where one team is inherently better than the other. And we tried to create systems that would allow for that to exist in something that has to be thematically balanced. Now, I'm not going to bore you all with Gundam lore. We can talk about Gundam lore, but the TLDR is that some robots in Gundam are just better. Like, The Zaku is better than the GM. It just is. The whole reason the conflict got to the point that it had was that, at least during Universal Century, all interplanetary battles were done by battleships. The introduction of mobile suits changed warfare because they could outmaneuver the big battleships with a similar level of firepower and then be deployed. The Zakus were a terrifying force of nature that shook everything to its core. Xeon progressed from being basically like a collection of outer colonies to literally invading Earth. Then the Gundam got made. That turned shit around. Then the Earth Federation was able to mass produce Gundams. And then the whole thing switched. I mean, Bacon, the windmill ranks higher than any who have come before. You know that. I feel like we basically need to, race the paint on this one, but... No, so Fred, that's what's fucking funny about it, is, the idea that these, one-of-a-kind super mechs are what changed the fate of things. But as Gundam as a franchise progresses, the one-of-a-kindness of the mechs gets more and more ridiculous. Gundam Wing Zero can see the future. 00 Razor has, 4 super engines in it, and can travel just below the speed of light in combat for short bursts. Gundam Unicorn can literally time travel. These things don't fit well into an environment where you want everybody to be on an equal footing and be able to express themselves. For those of you that are 1,000 years old, you may also remember this from the introduction of the clans into Battletech. They're just better. Now, they're tripped up by tradition and this dueling honor and things outside of mechanical narrative. Sorry, things outside of mechanical design that result in this situation. All I can say, Fred, is that when it's laser time, put on the 3D shades. Oh, sorry, I'm being a dingus. That was so simple. God, right in front of my face. Oh, the RT-Po, there is an arms race happening with the Gundams that, let's be honest, it does come from a need to sell models. I think Gundam Barbatus is probably the best example of that. But then, how do you put all these different Gundams in the same space? What was really funny was they didn't even try to balance it in the Gundam Mobley game that they shut down. So basically, everyone was just rolling for specific parts that were bullshit OP. The exam engine, which is all the powers of the Trans Am with none of the downsides. Feel you, mate. Oh no, an Arsipo, it was a general gacha game, but what was fascinating about it is because it was a gacha and they did not care about balance. Tiny baby. Excuse me, tiny baby, it is I, the eye of your master. Yeah, a tiny dance for the baby. Tiny baby dance. Yeah, tiny baby dance. But no, what was so fascinating about that was that, for all intents and purposes, they didn't care about the balancing, so they just jammed it all together. Not a solitary feck was given. So it was kind of fascinating to see a title where it was just like the imbalance of it all was just completely disregarded. Oh, I think we might have a shot here. Pachinko, this nonsense. It's also worth saying the reason why we got talking about inherent imbalance was as a squad we were playing a lot of MechWarrior Online, which I do love that game, but it is not a great one for balance by any means. But then I don't resent the team for that. They were asked to try and balance a title which is based on a narrative imbalance, right? Not quite enough oomph, but almost. Alright, once more with feeling. Get that physics doing its job. Now, I know it's not trying to be the same thing, but I also thought that, what was it? Gundam Evolution. And, oh, beats. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Go on! Ah, that backspin's killing me. Perhaps we just got to go for the big top shot there. Got this. I'm Angel Kalina, welcome back. Ooh. Oh, balls. Sorry, friends, my ability to banter has dropped off a ledge. But no, I was just saying, like, there hasn't been much in the way of, like, creative design challenges that have come across my way, you know? Oh. Nah, mate, you gotta go this way. Alright, there we go. Back of the net. Woo! Love it. Love to see it. Feckin' wee. Feckin'... Ah, balls! No! I got it right! Don't you laugh at me, baby! I'll have you know I am one of the great masters! Laughed at by baby. It's alright. We know what we've got to do now. But I haven't been able to think of any other, like, design challenges on a similar level that might get the old grey matter going, because there's a lot of things, like, we know the correct way to do X, right? Like, oh. Red orb, you will be the death of me! Let's take a moment and a beat. Because I really think there's some value in like tackling these impossible challenges before they really need like settling into. Now, I don't remember if it was with all of your good selves, but I do remember us having a really good conversation about trying to add like better betrayal mechanics to existing video games, or trying to add story beats to story beats to multiplayer games, because you know, props to games like Titanfall 1, that really tried to create a story around multiplayer experiences. Because it's not easy to do. I should pause it for a second, slug some water and talk to you lot. But that's something that people haven't solved, right? But if it comes to like making a shooter or a battle royale title, we can add all the fanciful like thematic trappings we want, but you know, making a successful online game is a technical challenge, not a creative one, right? Oh, baby! Somehow, baby, this is your fault. Laughed at by a child. This is why I'm not a father. I'm told that, you know, the sound of a baby giggling is one of the most beautiful sounds you can hear. And I'm over here like, what the fuck are you laughing at, you little bastard? I'm trying to solve art. Sorry. Now, if you can think of any, like proper intellectual challenges, when it comes to just pure design stuff, you know I'm down for that. Listen here, Orby. Listen here. Oh, and Fred, have yourself a lovely rest of your day, friend. Because, like, right now in video games, it is far more important to crack, like, monetization challenges than it is creative ones. You know? Not to oversimplify it, but as we were talking about earlier, like, this game is funded by, like, an arts council. You know, that's a fucking arts grant. That is the good shit right there. Like, oh, so Platt, it was lovely chatting with you. I really hope I can do a better job next time you come up by of either being vaguely useful or showing off your game. This is utterly beautiful and just thank you. All right, just thank you. I didn't expect to be sleep deprived, overheated, and overwhelmed in equal measure. But jumping back, the kind of challenges that we need to think of is like, alright, how can we make enough money off our video games to eat, fund our next game, pay our rent? How can we put all of that together in a way that people aren't going to hate? That was me fucking up right there. I was gonna say, please don't make me do the baby orbs again. Because I do think we need to consider things that are outside of the box for, like, monetization. Now, things that have worked but aren't things that we can just implement. So things like Patreon support and similar ideas like that. You know, things that let users go, hey, I like what you're doing. Here's here's $20. You know, users can then go, I am actively making a choice to put more
Reactor
money into
online.
this.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey! And Dory, thank you kindly.
Overwhelmed, overheated, overguard, even.
Oh shit, Dory, that's going to be the title of my book. Okay, Orby, you're killing me here. Listen, Orb Pal. Orb Chum. Spherical friend-shaped object! I don't know, Angel Kalina. I don't know. I still have this whimsical daydream about writing a book. Not a good one by any means. Like actively writing a bad book, but just because the sheer number of people that have told me over the years that I can't do it. Just as hitting that word count just to spite a handful of people. But okay, so let's go over like the current monetization models. So we've got box copy, or like point of purchase. That is, I say this game costs $20. You give me $20, the game is yours. We have subscription model. Now we're just going to talk about these as... Find this. We're just going to talk about these models in like a singular sense. No, see, I started here, didn't I? Went down this way. And there's nothing up by Spiky. Spiky's just there to threaten me. Ah! Okay. So yeah, box copy, subscription model. I say, if you would like to play my game, please give me $9 a month. We have... Well, okay, free-to-play, we're going to break that down into the different variations. So, free-to-play being season pass-based, microtransactions-based, and then gacha-based. Loot box-based, I think is better. I'm sure you all know, but just for the ease of conversation, so obviously the microtransactions cosmetic-based is, you know, I release a game, and if you can play as much as you want, but if you want to look like a fancy Dan Mother Hubbard, then you... Oh, I just got turned around. I was doing this right on. Sorry, I was being stupid. If you want to look like a fancy cool kid, you need to pay me X amount. Season pass system, you give me $15 every X amount of months, and I give you a collection of... Oh no! It's a fancy lady. That is cool. The thing I keep noticing about this, which is so brilliant, is how in isolation so many of the elements of these works seem very simple. Whee! But when they're brought together, like the concept, the shading, the brilliance of it becomes known. Okay, so what are the other things? There are also XP boosts and VIP systems for free-to-play models, but those tend to come into a more of a season pass system right now. And I guess the other is piecemeal content. So I sell you a fighting game, or I give you a fighting game, and you can play as certain characters for free, but if you want all of them, you have to buy each of them individually or like pay a big chunk. the Street Fighter V business model. All right, so what business models have I missed? Well, as I said, there's the Patreon model. You give me X amount of dollars a month, and I develop the games. That's more nebulous in terms of like the deliverable, but is more direct in terms of support. What am I missing here, friends? I mean, I don't think Fig need... Oh, okay, you know what? Kickstarter and crowdsourcing does... What Verdant, what I said was it's the point of purchase, it's the box copy, right? Not calling it the premium model, but because these days a lot of these models are all smushed together, but I'm trying to separate them out. You know, the gacha is there's a bunch of free stuff, there's a bunch of in-game things you could get. You give me $3 and I give you one random thing from the grab bag, and you can do that as many times as you want. Hang on, let me make some bloody notes on this one, because between this beautiful game and its puzzles and stuff, I don't want to miss anything. Because what I was going to suggest is, whilst we're going through this beautiful game, let's see if there's anything that we can think up. So yeah, we've got point of sale, air quotes, box copy. And I'm just defining that one because, like, you pay for game, you get game. You're not physically buying a box most of the time, but there's nothing asked of you beyond that. Like, you make a singular purchase, you are given and thang, which is traditionally the whole title. So things like expansion packs and DLC, I guess that's another way of funding. That's post-launch content. And what is traditionally referred to as microtransactions. Let's split them down into the variations. So we've got loot box or gacha. We've got cosmetic. And we've got, I guess, accelerant, you know, XP boosts and things like that. Okay. Oh god, I just had another one that jumped into my head. Yeah, Artipo, playtime, energy. I'm going to bundle that in with accelerant, because essentially resulting in the same thing, like being able to progress faster. Oh yes, Durry, battle pass, of course. Okay. So we had Patreon, we had, I'm going to say Kickstarter, but crowdfunding. I don't know, I don't think Fig funds games anymore. So Artipo, characters and stories I'm putting as post-launch content, because those are usually sold as a singular thing. So, for example, Stellaris. How do we bundle all the different styles of DLCs together for Stellaris? Well, that's post-launch content. You know, this is a faction. This is a system. But when you, as the consumer, make a purchasing decision, you do it based on that at the point of... You make a decision based on that and what is offered within that package, as opposed to something like a like characters in a MOBA, where you are presented with a few free sample elements and the rest is like purchase whenever. Verdenflow says, what about game items that aren't part of post-launch? So you're do you mean things like in the Steam inventory? Because those do generate revenue. And again, we're not saying if these are good or bad, we're just listing all the ideas. Sorry, we're just all the different types. Oh, I didn't write subscription down. Now, should we add ad revenue as part of this? Because... Actually, you know what? No. Sorry, that curry went down the wrong way. Ad revenue does pertain to the idea that you can play a game for free with ads, or then spend money to remove those ads. So... It's usually packaged up as a VIP premium, but yeah. Just put that under ad rev. Yeah, ad revenue and removal. That's more common in mobile, but I can see it being... Vernflow says, how would you group freemium? Well, freemium is essentially either a battle pass or a subscription service, right? Like, you can play for free, but if you want to have the full features, you buy the VIP, or you buy the battle pass, or you get the per month. Sorry, episodic. Now, episodic is different. Episodic is similar to post-launch in how it's delivered, but in the consumer's mind, it's very, very different. Because, like, you're not... I'm gonna keep picking on Stellaris, but, like, it's rare for people to wait to pick up the title until all the DLC is released, but users will wait until all episodes of an episodic experience are out before picking up the whole thing. Yeah, episodic implies the parts were known and being constructed, like, as it was moving along. Okay. So to recap, point of sale, purchase, post-launch, DLC and expansions, micro, with subsections of loot box gacha, cosmetic, and accelerant, like energy and playtime, battle pass, season pass, Patreon, Kickstarter, aka crowdsource, the subscription model, ad rev and removal, and episodic. Nexus, you're going to have to specify which D2. There are so many D2s. Uh-oh. Baby's back. Oh, interesting. So that works on both ways. Interesting. Okay, so Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is what we were talking about earlier. So this is a combo model. Destiny 2 is funded by post-launch content and microtransactions. And this is where, again, it's important when talking about this stuff that we talk about it from the correct standpoint, right? So, like, we could argue that, say, Destiny 2 is an episodic game, but that's not how it's presented to the consumer. That's not the choice they make when they buy it, right? What Destiny 2 does is two main things. One, like, very aggressive... well, no, they do the triple. So they have the cosmetics all year round. They have the Battle Pass system. And they have the expansion system. So they're basically hitting you 3 times. Significant says, how would you define MMORPG expansions? That's closer to post-launch, but with the primary business model, at least in the past, being subscription. Artipo says, would we group conveniences with accelerants, storage space increases? I think so. I think so. But again, we're breaking it down into the choice the person makes when spending money. So, for example, Fallout First is a subscription service. It provides accelerants and convenience, but the point of sale is give me $13 a month. I'm genuinely thinking about playing Fallout 76 for my birthday. Is that weird? Verdant Flow, Peter Molyneux's Curiosity What's Inside the Cube was a convenience and accelerant. You paid money for better pickaxes. Like... Oh no! Significant! You're entirely fine, friend. We're just working out the framing devices now. Oh, interesting. I do have to make it around. And there's purple. It's probably easier for me to get across as purple than anything else. Okay. Oh, I do like that we have to go back through the art to reset this. That's very cute. Oh, no, I just faked up. Okay. Significant says, I'm thinking about what Guild Wars 2 uses as a combo model. So to my understanding, Guild Wars 2 is primarily a you buy it, it's yours. Like, subscriptions be damned. That's correct, yeah? That hasn't changed. Okay. Just bad not going completely doolally tap. Yeah, I think the white's gonna get me. That's the question. How do we get up there? Oh, why am I? Wait, am I a dinkus? Okay. Sorry. I can only talk about business models or puzzles. But yeah, so significant. Guild Wars 2 uses those. Plus, I believe there's some setups. Okay, is there any other business models that I'm missing? Artipo says, I take it donation way that fits into Patreon or boxed product. Yeah, I think in that one... Verdant Flow, you are unfortunately correct that like play to earn is a business model. It's a dumb one that doesn't fucking work. That's stupid and dumb and loved by stupid dumb people, but it is a business model. So, God, that GDC where every sponsor was a crypto sponsor and it was like, play to earn is going to be the new future. This is why you need to consult the shamans, because we all knew. We all fucking knew it wasn't. Nexus said, Eve's Plex. Oh, okay. Originally, Plex was just subscription with extra steps, right? But it's in such a way as to be able to like generate revenue. Do I have to just make a sprint for it? Maybe. Oh, I have Indiana Jones fucked up. To answer your question, significant, thank fuck no. Oh, I get it. We have to use the red ball to hit the switch for us. And see, one of the little things in this, every time we do something smart, the little guy's like, yay, you did it! No! Not what I had hoped. Wait, you get out the art. Got shit to do. Oh, beans. Alright. So, sorry. Nexus was saying that we're talking about Eve's Plex. Now, if you're not familiar, the original version of Eve's Plex was fascinating. It was a subscription model, right? Like, you want to play Eve Online for a month? Each Plex is 1 month's game time. However, the hook was a Plex was also an in-game item. So you would go buy Plex, the Plex would show up in your character's inventory, and you would then use that to be able to play for a month. You could then sell that Plex to other players. And it created a point where the value of Plex was based on, you know, what people were prepared to pay of in-game currency. And it meant that there was a way of people buying currency, as in buying additional Plex, without destabilizing their internal economy. These days, Plex is a premium currency, much like with classic mobile games and things like that. And you can spend all of that for, I forget what it's called, like an Omega boost or something. Because they shifted Eve into a free-to-play model, where you can play, but if you want to accelerate the amount of skills you acquire and stuff like that, you need to have a subscription account. which costs X amount of plex per month. I don't know if that has helped or hindered their nonsense. Oh. Well, I guess I fixed it. Oh. All hail the orb. Now we just push the bottle, the orb in the right way. But yeah, so I don't know if Eve still has its fascinating elements. I know they have a lot more cosmetics and a lot more stuff going on, and I don't resent that. You know, I don't know if CCP officially closed. Giant ball away. Yeah, I don't know if they've formally closed CCP Shanghai, but CCP as a company has had a lot of bad dice rolls. I am certainly not going to hate on him.
Come on, let's go. We're not even supposed to be in there.
If it keeps him calm for you, I don't mind.
Come here. Come here.
Somehow I gotta get up there. Oh, we're making ourselves like basically a gigantic arty man cannon. Alright. Oh yeah, so significant, like, I will say fictional, fictional economies in games is actually one of my favorite weird little kind of niche banter topics. So, like, I am always down to talk about it, you know? And the thing is, digital economies are always going to be difficult. I'm trying to remember which was the really good anime that sort of addressed it. I want to say it was like Log Horizon. Woohoo! Just nailed it. But the problem with a video game economy is that for as long as players can just acquire currency and items from like loot and mobs and things like that, there'll always be inflation. Verdenflow says, does the Diablo 3 real market auction house count as a different scheme? It does, doesn't it? Because like CSGO makes its money from skins, but the majority of that money is made from skins being sold from one person to another. Oh, and Nexus absolutely agree. And this is what I love about this is when you see all the little pieces of it like slowly coming together. You know, we start with just a little bit of it, and then as all the different elements slowly start to combine. I knew he was going to do that. Cheeky little bastard. I got to get the timing right on this one. There we go, that's what I was aiming for. Woohoo! Nailed it! Okay. We'll hang out in this next painting whilst we progress. And also, considering how much of the construction of these levels is meant to be evocative, I find it interesting how quickly the paintings are coming now, despite... As things are becoming more complex, so too does the speed at which we're seeing the art appear before us. But yeah, so jumping back. Yeah, the auction house... The auction house is something that we should add. Specifically, we're referencing auction house titles where users can sell between one another. But yeah, there's the TLDR of if I have a thing. If I have a thing and I sell it to you for $5, and there is a lot going on here. Okay, I'm going to take a breath and a beat. Otherwise, I'm going to try and solve puzzles and talk at the same time. And apparently, I can only do one or t'other. So, the auction house methodology is I get an item in game. I offer that item up for $5. You pay $5 for that item, but in actuality, I only get, I don't know, $3.50, and the company keeps $1.50 throughout that transaction. However, as a digital item, that can happen multiple times. That one. But no, I think that one's an important one to bring up because when you mention the Diablo 3 auction house, you know, you didn't get the items through loot boxing. They were drops inside the game that you could then sell. The other quirk of the auction house is that users set the price. So when we start combining monetization models, when you combine the loot box with the auction house, users can then set their price for items, and things can get silly. Now, users have to care. And these speculative play-to-earn systems have taught us that, for the most part, users are pretty savvy. Right, they're not just going to give you a free pass. Oh, and Chris, Watto, and welcome. How goes it? We're currently breaking down different kinds of business models in video games. I think we need to be purple first.
No.
Yeah, and then we need to be green. Bango, bango. Alright, big orb. Let's go, big orb. Let's go. Oh, come on, big orb. Come on, big orb. Oh, god darn it. Sorry, I am doing a terrible job of the two conversations at once, as I said. So Nexus was saying, what do you have to... Oh, the user-generated content. You know what? I think you're right. I think we should add that one because teams like Dota 2, PlanetSide 2, and others have made a fair wedge of cash from that. I mean, it's a fucking fascinating business model, and I'm not inherently against it. I guess that's what you could also consider the Roblox model to an extent. Again, if we're just breaking all this stuff down into its... Oh, sorry, friends. I keep missing the tiny hook. It's there. I'm a dingus. Oh, God. Sorry, if you're unfamiliar with the system, basically, I don't know if they still do it, but I think Valve was one of the big initial proponents of this, but the idea is that the user creates an item. A helm, a sword, a gun skin, and then, pending approval, you sell it on your marketplace. The user gets a cut of all sales of that item. Or that thing. And Moose, I think that covers the Roblox method, because from my knowledge, Dreams doesn't charge, right? Ah, that's heckin' pretty. That's heckin' pretty. The orb we've been pushing around is the sun. God, this game is beautiful. And considering what the creator of this title, who was in earlier, was saying, is like, any of those artistic moments are entirely intentional. God. Can we... Yeah, so Moose, I'm going to keep that... So we're going to keep that under user-generated. Because that's the thing, is like, the users create what you sell. You just provide the platform and take a cut of things. Okay. So to recap, all the different ways you can monetize your video game currently. And these aren't good or bad. Because obviously some of these are hot dog shit PP garbage, and a lot of companies stack a lot of these together. But we have point of sale, box copy, when you just buy the game. Post-launch content, DLC, expansions, etc. We have the microtransactions variants, currently split into loot box, gacha, cosmetic, and accelerant. Actually, did we find a good way to break down things like characters and... Did we find a way to break down like characters in MOBAs in this space? Anyway, so then we go on. We've got the Battle Pass, Season Pass, Convenience Pass. Agananiki, the reason why cosmetic is separate is that, yes, you can get cosmetic items in a loot box, but a loot box is a very specific kind of transaction. You say, I'm going to spend $3.50 and I'm going to get something random from this pool. It might be a title, it might be a nameplate, it might be a cosmetic skin, it might be an extra weapon, whatever. But your purchase is, I agree that I'm just picking something out of this bag, right? Whereas a cosmetic point of purchase is, I'm buying this skin. And again, this is the forms of monetization, not the ways in which you acquire the thing. It's why there's a difference between post-launch content and episodic. Because technically both are the same, right? Like, they're both content released after the point of sale, except for they're sold in different ways. Episodic is sold to you like, here is episode 1 of this whole experience. Post-launch content is, here's the whole game. And now we have this DLC campaign. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to think if characters that you buy outright in those experiences, usually free to play, count as a different purchasing decision. But yeah. But then we have Battle Pass, we have Patreon, we have crowdsourced Kickstarter, we have the subscription model, you know, your Eves and Wows and whatnot. We had the ad revenue, ad removal system where the game shows you adverts and then you can pay to remove them. So either you're generating revenue from the ads or from people spending money that they never have to see them again. And then we have the scumbag play to earn. We have user generated, which is what we were just talking about, and the auction house, users selling between each other and taking a cut. Okay. Yeah, Artipo, I was gonna leave that one till later, but yeah, fucking nail on the head that with this game is about Monet. Monet was an impressionist, and to quote the Artipo, that movement was about a unique and subjective view of the artist, the view of the artist. So this game taking place in the eye of the painter is incredibly relevant to the subject. Yeah, and the fact that it's called the Master's Pupil. And it's not that we are the student, it's that we are the eye. Alright, come on, Big Rock, we've got shit to do. Ah, beans. Oh, no, that was intended. Cool. So significant, I'd add that into the ad revenue model. Now, it's ad incentivization rather than ad removal, but yeah. You know, the goal of that business model is to incentivize you to want to watch. Rather than incentivizing you to spend money to get rid of. Ugh. Yeah, no, the outside world is a nasty, nasty place right now, full of heat and bad times. Now, the reason why I wanted to list all of these is like, right, what can we come up with outside of these spaces? Also, notice what it's got us moving around now. It's boat. It's a cool boat. It's getting clever with it. Okay. So we need to be orange. Oranger. We need to use this thing to somehow flip it around. Oh no, we need to take the jet up. Sorry, I'm being silly. But yeah, so the reason we've gone through this like laborious process here is like, all right, what can we do in terms of like monetization? We're not necessarily going straight for games funding, right? Because games funding, that's a very different discussion, right? But like, we want to make our specific title. What are the methodologies which we're going to use so that we can, you know, afford to pay rent for the next like 2 years? Excuse me, hello. I'm very small and tiny. Very small and tiny. How goes it? I may need to get some more water though, friends, because my brain is just like powering down. And also, the thing that's important, again, is how people feel about this. C222, did I say hi? Did I say hi, mate? I hope I did. I've not been the brightest of sparks today. I did now. Okay, that makes me feel better. Oh. So, like, okay, we got the. So let's take all the shitey ones off the table. So, like, loot box and gacha is an effective model. It's a scummy one, and it's very likely that we're going to see increased scrutiny on like grab box digital collectibles. So that's probably worth avoiding. In the micro, I'm not a fan of the accelerant energy system because I feel like if we're being villains, if we want people to play our game loads, then incentivizing them to play less seems extremely shitey, but that could just be me. I personally don't mind the cosmetic, but again, that depends on like the other elements coming together. But I think on its own, saying to somebody, hey, this is our game. If you would like your character to look like, I don't know, Rowdy Roddy Piper from They Live, that's $15. It will change none of your experience. But if you want to do that, that's cool. Now, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one, friends. But it's cosmetics, assuming you've got a good art pipeline. they are not time consuming. They don't affect the overall experience. Now, I don't think that Dan Olsen's bit on manufactured discontent is wrong by any means. I think creating a scenario where users are always feeling like they're missing out through cosmetics can be a bit shisty, but I think that's when blended in with other elements. Oh, and so significant figures. According to me, you have the 2-month Longshipian badge. Artipo says, I can see some merit to the limitation of playtime, so you can't just blitz through all the content. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely valid. There was one method that Christian and I came up with a few years back, which isn't good business, but is good limiting. So we came up with the idea that if you combine the auction house methodology with new content, that you could essentially create a way to slow down users, but with an in-game item that would only ever decrease in value rather than increase. Now, no one in the feckin' business side wants to hear, things gonna get cheaper. They want to hear, make money, money, make money, money, what? But our philosophy was like, so basically, new content is released. To access it, you need the magical MacGuffin of the Longship, right? That has an X drop rate. All you need to do is use the magical MacGuffin on the magical door, and then you get to go to, I don't know, the Longship Beach episode. However, you still have that MacGuffin, you still have that key afterwards, and you can either give that to somebody else or sell it. But since each person only needs to use it once, it promotes community, and it means that whilst users have the option of selling it, it will always be worth slightly less than it was before. Because as each one is added to the ecosystem, the value goes down. So, in theory, it avoids the problem of manufactured discontent. It does mean that you've basically got to be patient or pay cash. But at least it, in a small way, it feels like it... Ah! As I yeet Monet's work across the fucking map. Again, I'm not saying it's a perfect model, friends, by any means. It's just, those are the kind of things that I want to see if we can figure out. Now, the team I'm consulting for is absolutely not going to be doing any of that. It wouldn't fit the title they're working on, and they don't need the level of aggressive... Actually, I can't say anymore, sorry. It was a little bit too much, my apologies. So this isn't a thought exercise for a client, by the way. This is just my own brain working. Now, here's the thing. I like content creation. I think that it is done in a shisty manner, but I like it. When I was at one of the earlier packs, back when the Many Dan's crew all sailed together, I got to do like a puzzle escape room, and it was really good fun. I made some lifelong friends there, and I like this little boat. Let's go! Yeah, the Dan Battle era, Lily is still best at. I'm just running this boat around. Anyway, so I'm on the... Soraya had organised this incredible event. And the event was a escape room murder mystery combo. We all got put on different tables with different friendos. And again, I made a whole bunch of friends with people I'm still, you know, great friends with to this day. I'm real happy about that. Oh, sorry everybody, I'm missing a boat. One of the people on my table was a very quiet but very lovely artist. And this particular gentleman had made his, air quotes, fortune creating items for Dota 2. I forget which particular items, I know, bad friend and all that, but that is how that person had made their living. Oh, and I'm dead. Oh, I had to sail the boat back. Sorry. Gotta get my boat again. And what was interesting was talking to somebody who'd made money on that system, was that they were able to pursue just a slew of personal art project pieces that they really wanted to do. And they were able to pursue that because of the amount of money that was being generated through that system. Now, that wasn't a pure, we just sell cosmetics type system. While those items could be purchased, again, they were primarily purchased from other users. So, it combined the auction house methodology and I think a little bit of the gacha method as well. Feckin' wee! I'm doing art! Now, while intentional or not, it feels like we took an element from one painting to another because one was painted in a specific way, and it's almost as if Monet came back and was like, you know what? I want another crack at that red sailboat. I'd need to look at the originals to really comment, but you see what I'm saying, right? Oh no, Lizzie, I'm with you there. Like, Emmons, Floydo, DJ, I love them all. I love them all dearly. But I understand that Lily is the one true Dan. Like, I don't make the rules. Yeah, Floydo is Dan Prime, but Lily is best Dan. This has been well established. Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought, but I understand it's a unique position, right? I understand that not every game can be Dota 2, and I understand that Dota 2 primarily makes its money off of the battle passes and off of microtransactions and loot boxes. But when I met someone who was an independent artist who just created a handful of items for a game, and because of doing that, was able to pursue their art, their craft. Like, I don't know, I would love it if we all got that. Like, what if you made content for one game, and that allowed you and that content then allowed you to work on either your game or what have you. Dota, don't offer that again. Alright, we've got to mix some colours here. Don't even worry about it. We're coming back. Yeah, like Miyakiri Sakura, like, that's the dream. And, you know, I'm proud to say there's a few friendos that I know who are, you know, working on systems in the industry where people will be able to make more creative stuff in that space. Like, I obviously, I'm not dismissing by any means the idea that I made it worse. being a stupid here. I just can't work out how. Or, you know, what it is that I'm being a stupid about. Oh. Well, now I know. Really, Watto and welcome. How goes it? Sorry, Really says, I dated a Dota 2 player once. It was a pivotal point in our relationship ending. Yeah. Did any of you ever grow up on all of those don't do drugs adverts? Now, obviously, I've never, ever, ever done illegal substances. Nor would I ever admit to on this Twitch.television, but Dota, not even once, should have been a campaign. Just saying. God, this game is beautiful. This is your brain on Eve, right? Do you know what World of Warcraft's going to do to you? Little Tim didn't. Now look at him. You're a mess, little Timmy. God, see, again, the way the elements come together, when you see the brush strokes straight up, like broken down into those tiny, tiny little pieces, they seem so simple until it all comes together and just... It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your dailies are? Sorry. But jumping back. Creating an ecosystem where people can make money in an ethical way, I think is good. Like... But that's not something that we can just do. Like, that's a pipe dream, you know? A lot of people are sincerely hoping that, like, the Fortnite the Fortnite content creator is going to potentially allow a lot of people, like, a really solid entry to game dev. And I think that would be lovely. You know? If Fortnite ended up being the catalyst for just a sea of new and interesting creative people, that'd be bloody lovely. Sorry, I'm getting a real Balam Garden vibe going on right about now. I mean, if Final Fantasy VIII isn't considered modern art, I don't know what is. There we go. And again, just... God, there's something just truly beautiful about how this is coming together. Impression in a nutshell, baby! No detail, just a gestalt. And apologies, I keep losing my my train of thought. I don't want to bugger off and leave you all. I mean, yeah, C222, like, in an ideal, you know, post-scarcity future, step one is abolish capitalism. And in its current state, like, how can we create what the kinds of things that we're striving for, you know? Oh, this one's going to be a doozy. Yeah, step 0, drink water. But with the tools that we have currently, so, like, we talked a little bit about the Patreon method, but, like, I don't have anything to add that Zalavir didn't say. There are two methodologies to success when it comes to Patreon funding. Slow and steady, or what my friend would call the bombastic furry. And I don't mean that as an insult, but what I mean is the bombastic furry is when you hit upon a specific community. And that specific community has an interest that you become a part of. I see where you're going. Wait a second. No, I don't. I am wrong in real time! I just love the idea that you see Monet with his easel quietly working away in the garden somewhere. Wow, what must be going through his mind? And it's, the puzzle pieces don't fit! It's not working! Sorry. Sorry, I know what I gotta do. I got my bushes mixed up. Well, the ding, but also the celebration alongside it, I think is real good. Sorry. And Artie Poe, like, it's one of the reasons why I fucking love doing this, is we're gonna spend today just, like, getting fancy with our art. Hang on, I'm gonna shift it over just a little bit. I just need to get above some of these pieces. No! Oh. Damn it, weird bush, this isn't your house. Sorry. Hold that thought. Don't worry, everyone. I've got no idea. Balls. Need to be on the other side. Yeah, I may have biffed this puzzle in its entirety. Because if those arty-farty mother hubbards over there... You know what? We'll just restart this one. Kind of biffed it. Sorry, friends. I'm just going to get some more water. I've officially lost the ability to converse, as I'm getting too warm. But we'll come back to this. But yeah, Kuaz, if we've now mapped out what we know in terms of, like, video games... And we know which methodologies are available to us. Like, a lot of it could come down to, like, communication and focus. Like, subscription models being a please support us rather than a determined reward, depending on the size of your studio, could work. So, like, if we're a team of 5, and we say, hey, like, thank you for playing Dehydrated Ginger Simulator. We are a small team, we are working to keep updates going. We offer this subscription in the event that you would like to help fund, like, the continuation of this. right? If you want to help fund the studio for future projects, the only downside is that if we do that as a subscription model rather than like pushing for like donations, it does mean we need to process potentially multiple different subscription models from multiple places. We may even need to like go to a payment company and set one up for ourselves. And in case you didn't know, that's a fucking nightmare. I don't know if you've all seen the Dark and Darker saga, but they did finally release, not on Steam, but of their own volition. And even though they used Zola, everything crashed day one because the sheer amount of people trying to pick up the game just broke everything. And not even broke the servers, broke the bloody payment model. So, alright. Anyway, I'll be back in just a second. I'm very warm. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, hello, River. Hello to you too. River's right by the back wheels, so I can't shimmy around. You being cute? You being cute? Oh, no, that's my face. I swear, River just knows when she's getting a photo taken. Alright, here you go, big girl. There you go, River. Go on. Okay. I'll have to try and find one later. I did post some additional Amos pictures in the Discord to make up for not adding to the Jarl's request earlier on in the day. You know, I was almost in breach of a Jarl's decree. A crime. Huh. Artie Poe, that is fascinating. Okay. Oh gods, I can't turn that off. Alright, well, welcome to challenge mode. I just fucked up. The good news is those ladies who lunch, I think, are one of the last ones on this side. Yeah, there we go. Snailed it. That's actually one of Monet's famous sayings, is every time he'd finish a painting, he'd throw the horns and yell, "Snailed it." Art historians to this day aren't entirely sure as to the meaning of "snailed it," but its debate continues to this very day. I'm still so very warm. God, I'm just like the feckin' poster child for, you know, be sure to water your gingers. I'll swap you two round. How are we going to go do that? Oh, I know. We've got the rotatey potato. So we just get to pushing. Don't worry, this is all going according to plan. All according to plan. No, don't you start. Don't you start. You know where you're supposed to be. It's not here. Haha! Damn, I'm good at art. I don't know why people say art is hard. It's super easy. Sorry. Today's episode of Longship Will gets punched in the face for good reason. Okay, so add a little bit of water, slightly cooling down. But, like... I feel like I've been talking so much about business models over the weekend and, like, how they affect things. You know... A lot of the time, like, how do we make X is usually a technical question rather than a creative one. So... The idea that a AAA team couldn't create a Baldur's Gate-like title being more a question about, like, the business of things rather than... Oh, sorry. Guess I'm still a little bit cooked. No! I want to go back in the pain. That turgid scumbag does not deserve our conversation. Oh, sorry, friends. Apologies. Okay. I mean, considering the heat over here, really, it's a definite either roast or steaming. I think I've got to come in from this side. Yeah, I've got to come in from this side. Okay, sorry, I'm definitely missing, like, where it is in this piece where we're supposed to enter, you know? I feel like this should be obvious, but I'm missing something. I do think it's got something to do with this side, though, because the vents allow us to kind of move through. Ah, there we go. Woohoo! There we go. Beautiful. Ah, there we go. So I tell you what, friends, we can come back to the conversation on, like, you know, making games make money in a way that doesn't suck. I've got all of our notes here. And I said, I've spoken to some friends that are coming up with some really good ideas on how it would be able to be done with a squad of people, but it's not something that can be enacted on right this very moment, you know? One whole train. Choo-choo, Mother Hubbards. Choo-choo. Don't worry, friends. I've got an idea. Balls. Sorry, it's the kind of the little trade noises that the locomotion makes. We've got to come back for the Zorb. Artipo says, can I offer a historical context review? Oh, please! Like, it has been 1,000 years since I've done anything close to resembling art history, and between, like, sleep deprivation, stress, and a few other, we'll call them factors. Love that term, factors. I am not the brightest spark that I would usually be, and one thing that's been very evident throughout this is that a lot of this game is created with very specific thoughts in mind, you know? Balls. I think we might have broken something there, friends. Hopefully, it was just my dumbass. Balls. Okay, so Article was saying that if you see the woman I painted, safe to assume that was his first wife. Camille, not going to be pronouncing that one. The lady in green, the lady with a baby, I can't remember, in the field. That's her as well. Okay. And that's kind of heckin' cute. You know what? Again, I'm genuinely enjoying the puzzles of this as well. I only think there's been no written or spoken tutorialization in this whole title. I'm having a great time. Although anytime I see one of these, I think it was a Far Side comic, which is I'll never be as good as the great masters throughout history. Think about that a lot. There's just a caveman at the beginning being like, I'm the fucking best. And just like the subtle effect on the the subtle effect on the train as we're trundling through.
50 months. When does this train stop again?
I don't know. Sure, no sleep till I guess PAX at this point, right? Although it is crazy to hear people are already planning their GDC next year. How are you doing, friend? We are taking a whimsical jaunt through the paintings of Monet. How are you? I was trying to also talk about the different methodologies behind, like, making money with video games. Not for good or ill, but just like, these are all the different ways that people currently do it, and like, what can we think of? But I've been overheated because Seattle's in a fucking heat wave right now. So my brain stopped being able to do the big clever think noise. And also Geographic made me feel things earlier. How are you? How was your Tuesday? But no, seriously, Sean, like, thank you for the full, like, 58. Even having seen me be a massive sketchlord at multiple industry events over the years, you have still decided to keep my dumb ass going. What are all these pigeons doing here? Big heatwave energy. I like that. Currently how I describe myself. Oh, please, Nightbreed. They know what they did. Yeah, and I mean, Hookshot, that's kind of like the industry vibe. I'm glad that we have friendos in the area to hang out with, but yeah, I think everyone kind of has that same sort of feeling. Sorry, Hookshot was just talking about, like, really wanting to go to GDC. Yeah, go to GDC and see everybody. That's fucking great. But not wanting to have to go to San Francisco is, yeah, is infinite big mood, you know? I'm missing something very obvious here. This is the way out I came. Oh, I need to go for the long shot. Whee! Aha! And nailed it. But yes, some peeps were talking about the current state of nonsense for Judica. Currently, the fact that the Mosser is charging inordinate amounts for a room for next year. Pigeon! Yeah. I do good art. Sorry, jumping back in, Sean was saying, thankfully won't have to endure the heat wave as the hotel I'll be in is as AC. Oh, are you going to be Seattle way? Sunday through Tuesday early evening. God. Sean, I'd love to say that I can definitely rush and come hang out, but that is something I've been unable to do for quite a few people of late. I actually have a Seattle friendo who messaged me earlier today and was like, hey... sorry, a friendo who is in Seattle who messaged me earlier today and was like, hey, I have a free evening, do you want to hang out? It's like, do I want to hang out? More than you know. Sorry, I'm gonna deliver that cathedral. You know how it is. The art house. Somebody needs this ladder. Oh, yes. Sorry, Sean was saying that they're in town for work, but have to do the whatever is required of me after work relationship stuff. Yeah. That biz dev work be real, yo. Oh, beans. My cathedral's upside down again. Let's try that one again. Oh, but yeah, so Sean, I hope it all goes well, friend. Like, if you end up in a pickle, we'll... If you end up in a pickle, let us know. Oh, God. Sorry, Rilu's saying that the Hilton next to the NEC in Birmingham is going to be anywhere from 950 to 1,250 quid for insomnia. God. I know what I said, and I said what I meant. That cathedral's fucked up. 200%. I just need more. I need more cathedral lift. Oh, maybe I've got to drop it from a better height. God. Feels like Monty Python's fucking cathedral chuck. I have fucked up now. Now I have fucked up. I have fucked up now. Oh shit, no, I actually did it! Ha ha! I am an unintentional genius! Get fucked, Monet! Solved your cathedral! Sorry. But yeah, to those of you who have just joined us, this game is absolutely beautiful. It's called The Master's Pupil, and it takes place inside the metaphorical eye of Monet as they're progressing through their career and constructing these incredible... I'm correct in saying impressionist works, right? I just want to make sure I'm using the proper terms. I was trying to work out what that sound was, and it's just Amos having little puppy dreams. Oh, Krypton, thank you. I think everyone probably remembered that before I did, but yes, Monet was, you know, for whom the Impressionist movement was named. God. It's going to be so fascinating to see how video games as a medium, what movements like stay the test of time, which ones end up being the great masterworks and the discussed. Because I know it seems silly, right? Like, how can you compare the immersive sim movement to that of, you know, the impressionist masterworks? But you never know until after the fact how much art has an impression on things. Like, compare, if you will, Okami and Flappy Bird. Flappy Bird, made famous by a rage out video by a YouTuber, was everywhere. It permeated every part of culture, but it was forgotten just as quickly. You know, it was the crazy frog of the iPhone generation, but it left no impact. Whereas Okami, you know, Capcom's masterwork, is still discussed and compared to and talked about to this day, but it sold like garbage. It was a collector's item for a long time, and even now still is kind of unknown outside of the certain circles. I have a feeling that this painting is supposed to be about the passing of Monet's partner, right? Like, our medium is so young that we don't even have enough history to know what our real movements and things will be. Like, what will be the things that progress. The thing I find fascinating is that video games as an art form in a successful and commercial sense is mostly applied to large mass media art. Whereas, if you take, like, you know, Renaissance era stuff, it was all kind of rich lords flexing on each other. It was the sheer wealth and opulence moving through, specifically like the Catholic Church and things like that, and all of that money being funneled through artists, which shaped a lot of the iconography of the times, but created this false artistic impression that what people wanted was more pictures of the baby Jesus. So no, that's what people were paying for. They were paying for portraits. They were paying for these grand master works. And of course, the artists were incredibly talented, but, you know, the thing I'd love to know through the medium of, like, alcohol and time travel is what would those artists have wanted to paint themselves? Like, what were the pieces of work they wanted to do? Do you know what I mean? And in that regard, I see a similarity. Not in terms of, like, potentially artistic intent, but where the very means of capitalism shape our most expensive and ostentatious works. Not our most influential, not our greatest, but our most notable. You know? You can hate it or love it, but Call of Duty is known the planet over. You know what I mean? And the impact of it is fascinating, and that it is something created to turn a profit. But it has incredible artistic people within it, all of whom are, you know, expressing themselves in some way or form. I don't know. Sorry, I don't mean to get all arty-farty on you. I saw in a meme over the weekend, which was someone complaining that Rogue, the original ASCII dungeon crawler, was not a roguelike. Because, and I'm not pointing and laughing, but that's how much the definition of genre is shifting so fast in our spaces, you know. Well, so Angel Kalina, that is a very, very good point. From a personal standpoint, current economic downturn aside, we're actually at one of the best points for personal expression of art. Like, you can paint a gigantic oil canvas if you would like. You could just do that. When you think of, like, the cost of materials and what it took to bring something like that together in the past, you know, there's no way an artist would have been able to create these grand masterworks without being able to feckin' pay the bills, you know? Yes, also, it is one thing that makes me feel a little bit better, Artsy Poe, is like knowing that we're not the only space that has to worry about, like, if you'll forgive my language, just dog shit naming conventions. Modern art being different from modern art. I'm curious as to what it wants of us here. Perhaps we need to somehow blast off the red crystals. But yeah, it's something that I do think about a lot. Hey, Rilu, go get some sleep, friend. I didn't put my head down until, like, I don't know, whenever it was Fiona got to work today, so... So yeah, don't be me. Don't keep will hours. You shouldn't have to suffer through that. Okay. I think we all see where this is going. Or I'm not actually sure whether the crystals of it comes through. Because was it Monet that went through the different color phases? But like I said, my art history is fucking garbage. Because with that one, we had to blast off... I don't know. The crystalline shapes of it implies... I don't know, a solid locking. And the absence of colour added bias. I don't know. Poe says that Monet's art was considered frivolous and unfinished by the academics of his time. Van Gogh sold one painting and survived off coffee and bread and loans from his brother. Yeah. But this is the point where I really... Because, like, I can talk about, like, the impact of this kind of, like, Renaissance-era art and stuff like that, because I understand the history behind it. Once we start getting into the modern business of art, that's where I have to kind of put my hand up and go, like, I don't know shit, you know? So I usually get, like, Ems or somebody on the phone, because there are lots of accusations when it comes to modern art, that it is money laundering, that it is scams, it is, you know, rich people trying to make more money off of other rich people. I know probably less than you all do. But I do think that what was being said earlier about, like, our access to art, right? The access we have to the tools and resources to make, you know, we can't all make a living off of it, but we can create. We don't have to worry. Like, that's incredibly powerful. And when we go back down to, you know, Vidya Games, the strange place that I live, why are you blue? Sorry, friends. I have to fail this one, because There we go. Oh, that's all right. Let me spin it around. There we go. Don't worry about it. If we bring the equation back to video games, because like that is a medium that I know, and that is one that I can talk about. Like right now, we've never been in a position quite like this. You can just make a game today. It can be as arty or as complex as you want. Like, and if you want it to make money, like, I'll give it my absolute darndest. But if you want it to just create, then I feckin' got you. It's a power that we've not really had proper in so long. There's a sorry, forgive this because this is a little bit of shillage, but there is a massive asset bundle over on Humble at the moment. Fantasy, sci-fi, all Unity stuff. That and a few tutorials, friends. You could get a prototype up and working by the weekend. Oh, sorry, and yeah, just Artsy-Po going on to add that Monet's colours will shift as we go further, then we're getting more red and brown from here on out. Okay. And yeah, the modern art market is wild. I'm fucking happy that I didn't end up in the art world. Video games at least make sense. You know. Video games are also a medium about evoking emotion. And sometimes those emotions can be big and dumb and stupid, and I love them. And sometimes they can be complex. I think what's so wonderful about this is not telling us how we should be viewing these works. And I won't lie, I'm very, very impressed with that as a whole. The interpretation here is entirely ours. Oh, I guess we've got to clean the brush on this one first. Unlike with our little character, for the colour puzzles involving pieces of the art, if we accidentally stain it one way, we have to clean it first. Like that. Before we can pop it into place. And you know what, Artsy-Po? That is a very, very good point. You know, art is something that is meant to be interpreted. And the internet is the worst place a lot of the time for artistic discussion. I think that's why when it comes to a lot of titles that, you know, we as a squad tend to gravitate towards, it does tend to be works that have a level of interpretation. I mean, you've heard my rants about Hollow Knight. Well, so one thing I will say, Angel Kalina, is like, you know, the old kind of learn thyself. Don't chastise yourself for not Like, the human experience is real, and if we could all just constantly do, we'd be very different creatures, you know? There's lots we should do in a day, but when it comes to art and the emotional expression of, even the want to practice, you have to take yourself and your heart into consideration. You can't beat yourself up when you're not doing the thing, because it's the expression that you need to crave, rather than the feeling that you should have the end result. Sorry, I'm getting arty-farty here. Like, honestly, go back to some fucking joy of painting. Follow along, paint some happy little trees. Cause a mess, make something that doesn't make sense. You know? Both my sister and my stepfather growing up were both incredibly incredibly musically talented. And I felt that I should have been as well. So I tried. But I realized that what I sought was not the experience of doing. What I sought was the result. You know? You wonder why I don't make more indie games and projects in my spare time. It's because, I don't know, it hasn't... Maybe it's too much like business for me. Maybe it's too much like... I don't know, maybe I'm too into the art. I can't just wham. But I can with other things, and it's been very emotionally healthy. You gotta love the process and the experience. And if you're not feeling that, then that's okay, friendo. I know whenever Fred starts with serious response means I'm about to get the piss ripped out of me. But please continue, Fred. Fred says the not serious response is, of course Will doesn't have time to work on indie games. Only quadruple microtransactions pre-orders for me. Fuck. I might just make pre-order quest as a fucking... Oh, maybe I should do that. Fuck. I might need to borrow $100 from somebody. There's a guy online that made a game which was every time I make a sale, I drink a glass of water. And that's it. Every time somebody bought his game, he recorded himself drinking a glass of water and added it to the title. That's it. I think pre-order quest's got to happen. For every pre-order, I will record a personal message saying, "Why did you pre-order this? What is wrong with you?" Yeah. Well, and Artipo, I know I'm saying obvious things right now, and I don't want to sound like one of those wanky, pretend guru motivational speakers online. But, you know, the lesson that it took me much longer to learn than it should have was that you've got to love the process. You've got to enjoy the process, right? It can't just be about the end result, the last reward. Because if you're doing that, then you'll never get anything. I'm dead. And you'll never get anything done. And I'm not trying to self-aggrandize here. I'm not saying that, well, with me being me and... I'm not saying that. We need to do green first, don't we? What I'm saying is that it wasn't until I got the chance to do a lot of this that I realized that I just genuinely love, I genuinely love streaming. I love doing it. Some days it's a huge bombastic affair, and some days it's a quiet conversation about art. Some days you lot reduce me to tears, and other days were just some peeps hanging out, right? But the actual process, this conversation, this game, this little place we're at, I fucking love this. Like, I really do. And you know what, Artipo, that's another thing. I consider myself to be a massive, massive dingleberry. So sometimes, I guess, the old thing that seems obvious in hindsight, I don't tend to be too kind to myself when it comes to that, you know? Because I feel like I'm a wee bit of a stupid. Alright, so the red's got to go next. Alright. But I don't know if you've noticed that these particular color puzzles aren't as complex as some of the previous ones we've gone through, but they're a lot more defined in terms of color. And I mean, I don't know enough about Monet's work to know if that speaks to his periods, but like, yo. Alright, come on, Red Nugget, we got places to be. There we go. 6 skate tricks with Monet. Oh, yeah. No, you know what, Angel Kalina? I think that is something that probably speaks to someone's, like, actual chosen art. Like, if you encounter somebody who's making incredible stuff, and instead of making you feel frustrated or jealous, it makes you go, holy shit, that's cool. I want to do that. I think that's always a good mark of perhaps this is the art medium you want to spend your time with. Or at least that's how I feel about it, you know? When I see someone doing cool shit in video games, I don't get jealous. I look at it and I kind of go, I'm so happy it's there. And I don't just mean, like, you know, beautiful things like this, but also like the incredible technical achievements. Some of the fascinating stuff people do with game engines these days is wild. God. And not to get too into the arty-farty, but the other thing is, I've also found that the more I have an understanding of the craft of making games, the more I can geek out about some of the cool shit. Like, I know I talk about Damien a lot here, and, you know, Damien's work is worth checking out. But, like, what Damien makes feckin' Game Maker, sorry, RPG Maker do is phenomenal. And it's fucking RPG Maker! I mean, significant, you're not wrong, that in the creative process, remembering to rest can be one of the hardest things. I've not mastered it. I've not mastered it at all. God, that's incredible. Now, Artipo, were those two separate works kind of brought apart and reconstructed? Oh, yeah. What's it called, Artipo? The skill of ability? Or the skill of confidence preferable to ability? that if you look at someone and go, I could do that. But I will also say that one of the best things in a creative field is looking at somebody's works and going, I want to try doing that. You know? At the moment, like, you know me, my non-screen time nonsense is Gundams. I ordered very, very shiny paint for my whatchamacallit, Mech Gala setup, which I need to give everybody a date for the Mech Gala. But a lot of that is looking at what other people have done in the space and being like, not I could do that, that's easy, but being like, I want to try that. That seems like fun. You know? I still haven't worked out what I'm going to do to take a Gundam sniper rifle and turn it into some kind of, like, ridiculously ostentatious... Okay. Notice we're coming up against more blocks now than we are instruction puzzles. This is fascinating. But that's kind of like the puzzle to solve. Fiona and I were actually looking at a bunch of, like, Met Gala outfits for inspiration. Oh, yes, the Dunning... I always call it Dunning-Kruger. That's not how you pronounce it. But yes, the misplaced belief in one's abilities based on one's actual experiences. I mean, Artibo, you can't spell it, I can't pronounce it. I think we're all good. But yeah. I guess the weird thing with games is that there's a larger portion of it where the technicalities of how something is done... Oh, that's cool. The technicalities of how something is done is very, very difficult to understand by observation. And I think that's a little bit about why our medium is so experimental, but why it's, in certain regards, progressing quite slowly. I'm trying to think of... At least in current... Like, things like... whatchamacallit? Oh... God, why am I stupid today? There's a technique where you take the palette of a... It's primarily like a 16-bit series of like sprites, and then rather than have sprites with different colors in, you change what each sprite's color is worth. So you change its value. God, I am just a potato brain today. I'm so sorry, friends. And like, techniques like that make a strange kind of sense, right? But, you know, you look at something like Viewfinder. How did they do that? How did they do that? Like, I understand intellectually what it is. You know, you take a picture, and then you push that picture, and then suddenly that picture is part of the environment. But how in the hot higgity fuck nuggets do they even achieve that? You know? I understand much more intrinsically how this is constructed, but when you think about the depth and the depth, sorry. Words are made up and I'm making nonsense noises. When you think about how high resolution the art is here, in the fact that we can get so close to it, as far as to see the brush strokes, and then come together like this. That's no small feat. And you can observe that, but actually implementing it is a different matter. At least with like traditional art. You know. If you can implement it, then you can make it feckin' happen. Sorry, that's not really a... Ah, okay. This is fascinating. So we need green to clear that block. Interesting. And like I said, I do wonder right now how much of this is meant to be metaphorical. You know, the idea of these blockers. But again, like that's where art gets to be fun. Now, how the bloody hell am I supposed to get back up there? Excuse me, Mr. Monet, you appear to have given me a right humdinger of a puzzle. Monet, more like, oh hey, look, he's gotten us all lost. What's that lad about? Oh wait, we don't need yellow anymore. Newt newt. Feckin' we. Feckin' we. Harper chopper chop. Anyway. I will say, and I don't know why the... Excuse me. Little character falls off. I don't know why this is the example that popped into my head, but I do like it when something pops into the video game consciousness that makes us all stop for a second and go, oh. The example being when we all saw kind of like how Spelunky did its procedural generation, and like the explosion of roguelike as a genre. Like we all just looked around and went, wait, if we did procedural generation and these kind of... That would be fucking cool. And it's not that that didn't exist before, you know. But damn if... that didn't... I don't know, light a fire under everybody. Now getting rather complicated with this. Now, Nazi Pro, you are all good friends. Do nay worry. Balls. Oh, water. Okay, so we need purple to chip the... We need purple to chip the crystal off there, so we can move the blue to get that going. Which means... Somehow I need to smash this. Red and blue. Where is my... What madness is this? Right. One of you is up to some shifty shit. I don't know which of you colours it is. But one of you is up to something hinky. I get it now. Sky blue. Don't worry, buddy. I've got a plan. Now I just need to shove this little bad word over just a little, and job's a good. It's so hard being so good at puzzles. Once we line up purple with the blue, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Monet is about to be Monet, more free drinks for you, mate. It's fine, I think I'm funny. I forgot colour theory and thus must die.
Don't worry everyone, Will is great at puzzles. Hubris 2023.
Vote Hubris 2023. The change that Will is absolutely not putting any effort into. Just have to absolutely not get hit by the purple beam. For the purple beam is death! My name's Tony Harris. My navigational skills are second to none. I've officially reached that level of whimsical madness where I can only speak in Mighty Boosh references. Sorry, Artie Poe saying, I forgot my colour theory and now I must die. Their entire college experience. The way everything snaps together though is so beautiful. interesting. I can't move it yet. Don't worry, friends. I've got no idea. Dustin says, very viewfinder meets the pedestrian. I mean, I didn't expect we'd be going on this title for this long, but at least as it feels to me like viewfinder is a technical achievement, but artistically I'm just kind of saddened by it. Viewfinder is kind of feeling like an incredible piece of technical work. And Artipo, I think the art was jittering because it was being held in place by two pieces, and neither of those pieces could really agree on anything. So I'm gonna move my little action catapult. And I don't know, like, I've spent a good few hours with Viewfinder. I think the puzzles are fascinating, but I'm annoyed by how it treats me as a player. It doesn't seem to have very much regard for my existence, you know? Newt. It's the wrong place. And, like, beyond its technical achievements, like, Viewfinder's not really trying to say a whole bunch. Like, you know how in survival horror, people add audio logs? Because that's just what Resident Evil always did. That's the done thing, right? Like, Captain's log, stardate, the start of the thing. Oh boy, that strange egg we took on board sure is weird, but I bet nothing bad will happen. You know, that kind of stuff. Viewfinder seems to be doing the same thing with its like little snippets of audio, and God, the narration removes any and all sense of wonder or explanation. Again, I hope we get into it in the future, but again, it's just that sequelitis. Megaman! Like, I can't imagine a situation here where having the puzzles explained to us in real time would make this better. You know what I mean? Wow, Monet, you sure did unlock the new color powers. Try using them now. Monet, you haven't used your color powers yet. You should try using your color powers. I really don't want to, there, friend. But nonsense! Okay. Fucking wee! Getting windy with the art. may have broken the puzzle badly. But let's see. Interesting, interesting. Damn it, Monet, if you think I'm not prepared to brute force this, you have not met me. Significant, I have played Chris, yes. Entirely sure if I've broken this or not. I think I might have. Speedrun tactics, let's go! What's so significant, Angel Kalina, like, Gris is beautiful. And what's fascinating is Gris is more kind of like an emotional poem. You know what I mean? Gris is trying to say something very specific. And I really do respect that. I don't know if I've broken this puzzle, but I think I have. But I think I have. Don't worry about it. You're right, it can be reset. Because I think I'm supposed to use the red blended with the blue there. I feel that while Gris wasn't overtly stated, I do feel Gris was very clear with its themes of like loss and understanding. Like the cycle of accepting the broken self. And I'm not saying this is bad by any means, but more just... Okay, yeah, this was where it fell apart. I don't think I can get back from there. No! Come on, red block. I need you back down here. Might. Nah. Okay, maybe I'm just over. Maybe I'm doing the overthink here. You know. Don't need orange. Sorry, friends. I don't know how much of Monet's works we have left, but I think you've all noticed I'm very, very clearly flagging. It's just the, like, because we've got the AC going, like, and even so, like, my pasty pale self is getting his ass kicked by the fucking the heat. There we go. That's what we were aiming for. See what we can do with you. Okay. Alright, I get it. Sorry, friends, I kind of went into my own little head there to solve that one. I do apologise. Now we move the red block to there. Alright, to there for a little bit, and then shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Job a good un. Back up here, hit the switch, green handles it, job's a good un. Woohoo! Blizzard, snowstorm. So yeah, I think Poe, you're probably one of the few people that know Monet's like history clearly. You were saying as it gets redder and darker, we know we're moving through his works. Because we moved out of the blue period. So I guess the question being is, how much more of his works do we have? It's weird, it shifts from being almost confrontational in its reds to being warmer and sunnier. Oh, we haven't even hit the blue period. Well, friends, I might end up leaving you all with a game to finish. Which would be great, by the way, because this is made by an independent creator. You know, this person could absolutely do with a couple sales and a bunch of reviews, alright? Post is about half an hour according to gameplay. Okay. I mean, hell, I'm here for as long as you lot want to keep me here. It's just My ability to banter has completely fallen off. But also, it's the same... Oh, God! It's the same study. We've also gotten closer and closer to the center of this landscape. And much earlier in the game, we saw like a spire in the center of a dark pool. You know, we are traveling across the eye itself. Oh, and Poe says that was what you meant going back and repainting the same thing over and over. Fascinating. Okay. Yeah, Poe, I'm sorry that the heat's kicking my ass, or we're actually getting to a point of a game that's, you know, really kind of examining and discussing, you know, the artistic periods of... Here it does seem to be more about like fitting together the interconnected elements. Woo! That little like that little cheering moment will never stop being good though. So okay, so like this bridge, which we've definitely experienced before, is this one of the works that was revisited? On the plus side, at least this part of the conversation will leave something for the VOD watchers. Yeah, VOD watchers, did you hear that? I know you're there. What colour do we need to be to pass? Is it blue? Okay, blue we can do. Oh, that's just... It's a red geezer, that is. Oh no. My navigational skills are second to none. Call me the Midnight Barber. I'm in there, styling away. Sorry. As I said, I've got just the mental capacity of just doing Boosh quotes. You proud of that one, C222? You proud of that one? It does feel like there's an Arrested Development joke in that, though. Haha! So Mano, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. And Spiller, a good evening to yourself. We are, no joke, exploring the varying artistic works of Monet from inside his own eyeball. This is the master's pupil. And this has been something very special. I've currently hit the wall, which is making puzzle solving and other such activities surprisingly tricky. I'm trying to work out how bloody hell we're going to get this done. Wait, hang on. Newt. Wait, how do I get you blowing? I had that one going white earlier, and I don't know how I did it. Now I feel like a right stupid. Huh. Only blue if it's going down rather than up. Oh, piss every bin! Oh. And breathe, and breathe. It's only art. Okay. Oh. What? No, significant. If you've got a suggestion, go for it, friend. Like, we're all in this together. Because I think what I'm trying to do is, like, I can't move or block the plume here, right? So this red bit here, this can't be moved. But with the down spray, so long as we initially start with white, we can override that one. Not what I meant to do, but okay. So, you know, the yellow has been changed to white. We change the blue up, then we get this high plume. Unless we have to move the yellow switch now, and then move our setup. Oh, okay, so now that's coming through. Alright, I know we had this configuration earlier, but I'm not going to question it. Vive la France! Woohoo! God, I've started saying yippee unironically, and I've got to stop. I'm going to develop a complex. Oh, that's beautiful. Hey!
My sub turned over during the weekend. Nearing 4 years of long ship nonsense. Been a blast, Will.
Thank you. I hope I've done you all proud, you know? Things have been a lot of a mess the last few months, so I'm struggling, but I'm fighting. I'm fighting. I'm not giving up on this, alright? Oh god. Whoop! So we got ourselves a murder ball and a very bad idea. Which sounds like the title of my first book. The murder ball and the very bad idea. Okay. So, assuming we need to get the murder ball through. How in the Reese's peanut butter hell are we going to do that? Oh wait, hang the heckity heck on. Okay, do the black crystals get broken if we pour on some jet black bad times? I wonder. Unfortunately, we need a way to get back up. Alright, yeah, so we've got to get back up there and somehow get the Zorb down into the pit. Once the Zorb's in the pit... Alright. I think I get the initial challenge. So the initial challenge is just to... Fuck! Move the yellow block out the way so it can drop down. Oh, balls. Damn it, Monet. Like, you're killing me here, little buddy. This has taken so much brain power. There we go. I have this horrible suspicion that once we free the Zorb, we're going to have to get it back up there. Yeah! The power of the Dark Crystal compels you! Zorb becomes orb. And the good Zorb teaches us. Woohoo! It was just so we could cross this gap. Hey, you did it, little buddy. Ooh, that looks like London. Maybe. Okay, everything's getting a bit spoopy in here, buddy. Oh, wait, wrong button. Wrong button! Oh, interesting. We can't just do a cheeky bounce and get out of there. In fact, if I had to guess, I'd say that that spot leads us into Oblivion. Challenge mode activate. Okay. I am sorry, friends, that my ability to converse has completely dropped out of my little head. Okay, now we're some kind of, I guess, weird art tank thing. Oh. Stop it. Become as art. No more controls! How elaborate are we gonna make this? Alright, so I guess we go back down for Zorb Control Part 2. Where? What is even happening here? Is that our vehicle? Maybe? I don't even know what's real anymore. What is a video game? Fuck this shit. Sorry. We have to visualize and conceptualize basically 4 different vehicles, right? So vehicle 1 is the red. The red can only move up and down. But I don't know how many of these vehicles interconnect. I don't know where we're going yet. Okay, so now vehicle red can move up and down and left and right. Which means that we've currently gone down, up, across. Now we can head down towards blue. Now blue is a 2-stage vehicle, which is where my brain went. Yeah, it's real funny, Will. You think you can solve that in this heat? Because by the looks of things, blue part 1 can go up and down, and it can go left and right, but it doesn't stay as one piece. Fuck this shit out. I'm not far off, friend. I'm not far off. So, like, this bit comes here. No. We just don't have the lift to be able to do that. But then this just drags the whole contraption left and right again. Okay. Oh, really? Huh. RC Poe, that's feckin' fascinating. RC Poe was saying that the black being kind of like the fail state color in this is fascinating because apparently Monet just didn't use black in his paintings. It wasn't what he did. I mean, I think we can all appreciate I don't know a whole bunch about, you know, Impressionist art. And at this point, I'm too scared to ask, you know. Can we get higher? No, there's some areas up above here. How elaborate do we have to make this? Impression these nuts. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I admit defeat. It is 9 o'clock at night. I am very warm, and I am emotionally and physically drained. Monet, you win this round. You are smarter than me. But also, friends, I don't want my diminished mental state to make it seem as if this game is bad. You know, I strive to try and be someone who shows off the very best of games, and if the fault is with me, you know. But that does mean, dear friends, that the snippets of this title, the last snippets of this title are yours to discover. Okay, I am going to just go get into like a cool shower or something and try and lower my body temp. I'm so sorry that my conversational powers have dropped off, but this has been a wonderful day. Like, the banter has been brilliant. I'm looking forward to picking up the monetization discussion when I've had a bit more sleep and a bit more coffee. Oh, what a brilliant game. What a brilliant game. I do hope we get to chat to Pat, who worked on this one, and give him the full proper compliments, you know? Okay. Okay. Oh, that's double will. No one wants that. No one wants that. Right! Not to sully this particular beautiful scene, but bring this to a close. Biakuaz, the voices were pretty good. I have a lot of thank yous to say. Friends, this is going to be an odd week. There is a lot going on. The heat adds a huge multiplier challenge. And as you can see, I am very struggling. But tomorrow we got more Rain World. Thursday we have a team of ghost pirates on a heist. Skeletal ghost pirate stealth action fun. And Friday, the unofficial return to Jet Set Radio. Like, friends, it's going to be fucking brilliant. Oh, also, Saturday's my birthday. I keep forgetting that. And forgive me if my words are an absolute, hodgepodge of a soup. But I just want to say, again, thank you all. This is the fucking best. And I meant what I said earlier. I love doing this. And whether it's 30 people or a feckin' 100, this is the best, right? So I wouldn't be able to do that without you all. Today, specifically, Jarl Gear Graphic went above and beyond, and I'm still stunned from it, you know? I'm still stunned from it. But no, seriously, I'm going to be saying a lot of names in quick succession, but whether you were just happily lurking away during our arty nonsense, or threw in bits or donations or what have you, thank you so much. Bits and donations, especially at the moment, are more appreciated than you know. So seriously, thank you. And to that end, I have a lot of thank yous to say, so alright, buckle up. It's not the most we've ever had on this. During one particular long ship day, I actually stopped being able to say names. So first up, to Manano and to Patnawam, thank you so much for the follows. I do hope we get to chat and hang out some more. And to the Ghostiest Hat Rack, Raven Daydreaming, Dak Dolan, Vagabond, Imperius Unlimited, The Mental Monk, Get to the Boat, Jackie, Foxbutt, Favor 6, Minky, The Dupus, Frederick Hathen, Greylark, Smoshy Doodles, Fire Songbird, D-Dubs, Pondus, Iced, Trigamer, Allevious Fervor, Nessa the Writer, Drowsier, Mahoffman, Jupiter, Draconic Dude, Bus Driver Curtit, Max Atreides, because I am Dad Jones, hero to the people, Orzine, the Lone Heavy Mane, Dame Griffin, Artificial Adventure, J5 Lick, Dreadknight, Natsuru Kiyoshi, not that Will Smith, John's Ooks, Abracadabra, I do like that one, Kalaguru, Wet Paint Gaming, These Nuts, God Beardman, Lamelot Averick, the Smallest Waffo, Echo Magica, Sage Bell, Wyvern Flames, Ikoa, Tanoff, Happy Pie Pew Pew, Tim Spurgeons, Wimp Dog, Pirated Software, Purely Cold-Blooded, The Gecko Guild, Tia Singer, Pat Nowham, Marketeer Fred, Pup Time, Durry Quill, Sean Peoples, or Trezini! Whether you were part of Gear Graphics' monstrous hunt today, thank you. Or if you were celebrating massive long sprees, or if you've just been here for 5 minutes, thank you so much. To the Artipo, thank you for donations. You know they're a huge help. And to Gear Graphic, Eraman, Legend of Murad, Akira Zero, Bacon Avenger, Wolfgrad, Vanderbeest, Fover 6, J-Post, Jamami, and Angel Kalina! Thank you so much. Like I said, bits and donations, 100% the thing that keep us going right now, so thank you. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Lizzie Pow, and Rhymes with Moose, and I have been your numpty in charge. Your overheated, slightly baked, and definitely overworked idiot in question. This has been an excellent day. God. Oh shit, and speaking of Dan's, DJ's playing one of my favourite old RPGs. So I'm going to throw you over there. Both. You know what, Artipo, you're right. Numpty in charge is definitely an overestimation of my abilities. Numpty at helm, most audible idiot. You know, the full shebang. So, friends, please, 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 check out, pick up a copy, gift a copy, and leave some absolutely golden reviews for Master's Pupil. This has been a lovely day. But yeah, whatever you do this evening, have a lovely one. Back tomorrow for Rain World. Hopefully I won't look like such a mess. And yeah. It's been a bloody good day. It's been a bloody good day. Right. God, if you want to talk about art preservation, and I'm always going to call it Live Alive, so there's no point correcting me, is a fascinating title to talk about, but I'll leave that to Hero to the People Dan Jones to show you. Have a great rest of your night. I'm far too warm. I'll see you tomorrow.